I don't know. This has informed me that apparently I'm doing a dick stream. Apparently I'm over here and I'm like, oh.
Ah, I see.
Nope, that's too much dick. That's way too much dick.
People pay extra for that.
Me.
Not,
Not me. Oh. 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 Emil said, just wanted to say thank you for all the Crusade videos. I've written my first Crusade campaign thanks to your videos. It's gonna run throughout 2023 in my 4-man group. Oh.
Oh, that's awesome, Emil.
Oh. A good few.
I'm glad you're getting into Crusade, Emil. It's our favorite way to play Warhammer.
Yeah, and we've been playing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We've been playing 4th edition, and if you don't do the math, it's been like 15 years. Thank you, Emil. I really appreciate that. I'm glad they're doing well for you. You know, they're we old as fuck. Shut up.
You are though.
I'm glad you're I hope you're getting a lot out of them. I'm glad you're getting a lot out of them. And you know, while we're here, if there's questions you have or like that, feel free to ask, because basically we're just shooting it with Warhammer today. Thank you for hanging out and joining, and again, I'm glad my videos are working out for you. Hopefully from my videos you also says silly thing. Okay. So yeah, you gotta promise not to fly if you're Tau, for example.
Yeah.
I didn't look at what Nids had. I want to see what they do have though, because I want to know, like, how does Nids feel like Nids in Arcs of Omen?
Yeah.
Is there gonna be an emphasis on gene stealers? Is there going to be an emphasis on lictors?
Part of me
like
feels
a real
like
alien vibe.
I definitely think the gene stealer feel is gonna be there because they're on a space Hulk, you know. It's classic 40k right there.
They have to.
You have to.
Otherwise,
yeah, I haven't looked too much at all the rules. I kind of glazed over them. Admech was pretty much what you expect. The Cataphrons, you can bring up to 1 squad of them, which is alright. They're okay guys. They're my guys that are on those tank treads.
Yeah.
Eldar, a little sad you can't bring jet bikes, but I get it. You know?
Can't be driving them.
I know, and it makes me extra sad because I'm working on Shining Spears right now.
How big are the games supposed to be?
500 points.
Just 500 points?
Just 500 points. Or Crusade people, 25 power level.
It's so weird seeing GW move to smaller games after so many years of them trying to be like, alright, now we're gonna add flyers. Alright, now we're gonna add super heavies. Now we're gonna add terrain that you can bring, which I feel never got fully out from them.
I think, yeah, I agree with that. We'll get back to that. But we talked about it, and we've said that it is a smart thing for them. Business wise.
For sure.
Because investing in a massive army is, I mean, for people who don't have a lot of money, you know, one army is going to take years to accumulate.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, if all you're playing is these games, then you can... It's like Kill Team. I can just get a small little force together. I don't have to buy any of the super duper big models. I can just get infantry and small guys, and then move on to the next army if I feel I want to.
Yeah.
If I so choose.
No. Starting to see why you pay more for better primer.
Yeah. Emil's giving us some lore.
What's up, dude? Love the little orange gremlin. Oh, so this I found at where are you? I found this little guy at Disney World in a gotcha ball. Epcot, and I think it's a bad guy from Kirby, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I found it, and Liz was like, "What are you gonna do? Are you gonna keep it?" I'm like,
You said it like that?
Yeah. She was like,
He
"That
found
could."
it in a vase in the middle
Dude,
of the
it was-
park,
it
like,
was-
abandoned, like by a child. And I was like, "You take that?"
Hold on, but we took me before.
Dude, always bring that up.
I don't
Those
always.
are different.
No, it's. I know it's worse because we ate them.
Oh, the mints.
Yeah.
We're gonna pick up drugs one day.
If they come in a cute little container, yeah.
Okay, so going back to a meal. Set on Calgaridim. That's me, not you. Calgaridim. Algaridim?
Ooh.
Algaridim? Durim?
I like that name.
I got this. A desert planet where water is worth more than life. Our four forces must fight to survive. 500-point escalation crusade. 500 points each quarter. Ooh, shit. That sounds awesome. Escalation's definitely the way to do it, especially if you have new players or you don't want to go too fast, too hard on Crusade rules when you're. I think that's. The governor has risen to power after his father passed away, but my players don't know that the son and father is the same person.
No.
They're gonna find out at the end of quarter 2. Ooh,
Oh, that's cool.
That's really cool. So quarter 1, he says, is recon battles in the dunes. Quarter 2 is big fight among civilians in the markets. The winner of quarter 2 is going to be told that they've found a data package. It says the governor, Daddy. I just
He is the
that
main
so hard.
daddy.
He's the main daddy. Let's see. Looking to keep Aquavita, the water of life, all to him. The Crusade is an excuse for us to. Oh, I get that. We use that personally for an excuse too, because we were like, we wanted to have thematic games, but we were also saying we want to have pretty armies when it battle when it the game. Anthony's super big on that because he just hates seeing his army on the table all gray.
Very picky when it comes to models, but like to the point where it's kind of detrimental. So like I'll have a box of like my Guardians. I bought a box like maybe when it came out, when the new Eldar came out, and I just started painting them. And like a normal person would have built them and had them ready to play, but that's probably the only downside to my.
Tell him how you do.
So the way I do it is, I can kind of show you now. If you camera, but
It's not in
It's-
focus, but the
yeah.
idea is there.
But the idea is there is that I paint each piece separately and then glue it together, and I'll glue like an arm or a leg or the body or whatever sprue it is to a stick, and I'll use that and I'll just paint from there because there's a lot of detail that for me it's really hard to get to. Also, I have hand tremor, so it makes painting them on a model that's already assembled a little bit difficult for me. And so this just kind of makes the whole process a little bit easier. Longer, but easier, and I am more satisfied with the end result of the model.
Honestly, we all.
Thanks, dude.
They end up looking really nice, and he can get details that people like me. And he can get a 3D coating on everything, pretty much, from all angles. So no matter what angle you look at it from, it looks.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what we're painting. What you got going on, dude?
Votan.
Votan.
Lots of my Votan. So this is gonna be for our second crew. I realized that I ended up picking. Scared to say it because then everybody will just see that. I basically ended up picking up colors that are Fallout. So they got like.
I see what you're saying, but it's different hues of those colors.
Right? Like.
Yes, Liz.
So you know you got these guys going. Know that the camera's not super. Anyways, so that's what I'm rocking right now. All their doodads are red. I absolutely fell in love with these guys when they came out because when I was just a chitlin, I played the hell out of StarCraft, and as soon as I saw these guys, I was like, those look like Terran Marines. I need those in my life. And so I decided that it's what I needed to play. Plus, I'm also a sucker for shiny. Do it really bad. I'll go and pick up 500 point models. Like, wow, these are really cool. I'll play them for, a quarter. I'm like, cool. What's the next shiny? So that's also me. Just I get bored easy.
You guys are cutting out your.
Oh really? Tunnel snake rule. Playing to Votan for Crusade and competitive events, but boarding action draw up some more Askren. And those minis look so good.
I love Castrin. My first army that I ever wanted to play was Imperial Guard, but the store didn't have it, so I bought Eldar instead. But my point is, Castrin were like my favorite Imperial Guard unit. All Imperial Guard up to this day. Even the old models, they look so good. Even now, I think they hold up.
I'm blown away by GW. They're amazing. And I never thought I'd. You.
Weird thing on company, but you're dropping like.
Really? Real.
It might be that
My
it's
belief
not
in the
loud enough.
machine god is stronger.
Laugh at me. True. It's true. Believe in false idols. Let me know if it ends up cutting out.
No, that's a great question. If you were to host the Narrative Crusade event, how would you do?
How would I do it? Ooh, that's a good question.
I have thoughts on that, but I'll let you go first.
Man, I'm gonna give a really lame answer and then follow it up by saying it really depends. So if you're doing something like an Adepticon, story event, that's one thing. If you're trying to do like a long state event, that's another. And it really depends on how big you want to make it.
Oh, it's a Cadian shock troop? Like the new Cadians? If it is, we gotta go to the store.
What, the free mini of the month?
Yeah.
I won't.
We did that for Votan.
I'll do it.
Need to finish.
Yeah. What colors were you gonna do? Is it gonna be it's gonna be colors you pick?
It's the same color scheme as my AdMech. So basically Dark Angels.
Ooh, he'll be a character in my. I was thinking 8 people, haha. Just trying to get more people hooked.
8
I think it's when
people.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Let's a good idea. Yeah, I can do that. It's all because of you. My 2023 is my narrative year. Oh,
Hey.
oh. Thank you so much. That's as
8 people.
straight as I can get it without it being messed up. So, how many people did we have in our crusade? Not talking about part-time.
I know.
5 could.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Yeah.
But I think we were close to 8.
If we're talking about part-timers, yeah.
So it takes a lot of patience. Sometimes it's like herding cats. Some players are going to be easier than others. Some players are going to be going to take a little bit more, like, you know, shh, come on, we need you to play, we need you to go, we need to do this.
Was your narrative event gonna be a day thing, a weekend thing? Was it gonna be a whole crusade?
How often do you we played when we were like, okay, we're doing Crusade.
Did once a week.
Doing Crusade, and we're gonna get through Crusade, and everybody's gonna play everybody once, and we bump it up to 50 points or power level, and then we bump it up again to 75 power level, and that'll be the cap. We played every weekend, at least 1 to 2 games per person, so that's what we're looking at. I think our second Crusade's going to be a little bit different because we realize that if people get bogged down, so we have some people that are in college, we have some people jobs, between jobs, so schedules changed a lot. Try to keep it open for everybody to play. So sometimes people couldn't make them, and they would just have to make up those games during the week or on the next weekend, and, you know, make sure to get 2 to 3 games in, depending on power level, because doing 75 power level, doing 2 games in a day, that can be a slog. So it really depends. So I was thinking a 1K 1 day event, 3 rounds, intro event, to try and get a
I think I see what they're trying to do. It's like a taste test.
Oh, that's okay, Emil. Clearly English is not my first language either.
It's like a taste test. You come here, you try out the Crusade, get a taste for it, get a feel for it, you know, see if you like it, and then they like it, you know, they want a little bit more, and so they start playing Crusade, so they start joining your Crusade.
Totally fixed?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys.
Okay.
If I were to run that event, I would do it in a similar way how the Crusade book does those trees. So it'll have, let's say you know the armies, like the first matchups, and you're gonna be like, okay, the winner of this supply depot run or whatever has the supplies, now he gets to do this mission, versus the other winner of this mission. That narrative mission is based on both of them having these supplies or something like that. I know they have examples of this in some of the Crusade book. If you don't have access to them, Wahapedia is a great resource for this.
And there's tons of, like, Warhammer's been around so long that there are things that you can find that might be a little out of that, but with a little bit of tweaking, you can apply it to your aid campaign narrative. So if there's something that you think fits better, a little bit of Google foo, and you can out. Let's see. Work at the biggest FLGS in Denmark. Oh, you're all the way from Denmark, dude. That's awesome. So I'm used to hosting events. Nice. How big would your events get? Just wanted to get some pro input from you guys. Shit.
Does.
My idea was making teams, and then the round-winning ate the tree. I think that would probably be a really way to do it. Or you could do something. So there's a website that a lot of people use for challenge, however you want to say.
It's like challenge, but in
yeah, and you could do where everybody's assigned to a team, and then just match them up, and whoever on those teams wins just reports to you, and everybody gets in 3 different games. So it wouldn't be too different from say a tournament, but there would be a narrative consequence to it. Not everyone would probably play each other. If you're doing 8 people, that'd be pretty doable. Get 3 rounds going. 2 people won't play each other. That's up. And then you just go from there. I think. See, there's so many different things that you can do with Crusade, and some things that we're still discovering, some things that we're still trying to figure out, because our really big successful event that we just did it, and it lasted 5 months,
about 4 months,
give or take.
It
Because
started
I think we
in the
had some
summer.
holidays.
Yeah, started in the summer and then ended the middle of this year, I believe.
For example, if we started in January, we probably ended in again, we had a couple of holidays where can't show up or play, or we would do something like who's this? Fellow Gone, thank you. Also, this. Hot. All right. So yeah, that's probably what I would.
You know what helped us?
Sound is. Oh. Test. Okay.
Oh no.
Test. 1, 2. It didn't.
But I heard us.
Okay. Let's see how that works. I'm changing a mode. The mic. Loud, quiet. Okay. Now how do we sound? Sound okay? Sorry about that. This is the first stream that I've done in quite a while, and we're also working out the kinks in the stream, so much better. Okay, cool. Thank you. Let's see. Posted a. Holy shit. No, I'm good. Hosted a 500-man Danish nationals for Magic the Gathering and used to work in the event industry, but working with nerdy stuff is just a hobby now.
Wow, 500 man, that's impressive.
That's huge. That's huge. Man, you must have seen a lot of butt crack in your day. a lot of booty.
I know what helped us in our missions, in terms of like getting excited for the missions too, was the 2 players. They kind of discuss the narrative before the battle, and while Q was still running the Crusade, we kind of had a slight input on the narrative on I guess on a more smaller scale. So the grander scale he had control over. I wouldn't even say necessarily like 100% control, but You were the
I guided it.
the orator.
It was
would that be the best word?
like a DM.
Yeah.
Like a DM. So you have like a Crusade Master, and I cannot emphasize enough how little GW has emphasized. You should definitely have a Crusade Master. Definitely want one.
But yeah, it made the players, the people in our Crusade who normally aren't into playing narrative type games, be more into narrative type games. At least I felt.
Yeah, we have what did we have? We have a few competitive players in our group that still wanted to be like, yo, how does my story shake out? How does this happen?
Yeah.
You know. And so before every game we played, we would be like, okay, so what's our narrative, man? Our last mission that we played against each other, we did X, Y, and Z. This mission, how does that escalate? What happens now? So I was playing Tau, and I kept getting missions where I had to keep going and collecting objective markers while other people try to keep them from me. Now, narratively, this made sense because Tau were invading the planet and trying to lock it down. Because if you've watched the lore video, AdMech did him dirty.
Sorry.
And and so they're like, no. We paid, we're collecting. So they were like, we're gonna cause a lot of problems for this planet. So they're going around collecting hard points on the planet, strategically valuable locations. And so unfortunately, while I personally got tired of playing those missions, I was like, okay, so they're collecting this one. So why do they have to keep collecting them? Well, they keep getting these let's say like pings that are like they're transmissions. They're going off. So they go and investigate them because they're abnormal. So they go there and they're like, oh, each time we discover something here, it's leading us to a new location that eventually will lead us to this undiscovered location of great power. And I'll probably do a second lore video on that because I've only covered like the first half. So that's kind of how I worked it into the lore, and we were all aware of what was happening. So we all had cool conversations about like, where did your battle take place? Where did your event happen? Where did it go? Who won? Who lost?
I think one of my favorite missions that I played with you was the objective markers were Imperial citizens, and they were affected by whatever is happening in the Pride Nexus that's making people be like
Knowles, basically.
Knowles, yeah, immune to the warp or just a psychic presence. And the rules had them just kind of wandering about, so you would roll at the start of the battle round, and they would go a certain distance in a certain direction based on the roll. And the story for him was you wanted to like capture these people,
study them.
Like,
what is happening to these people? Why are they?
But you wanted to do like a humane study and like have them alive.
Yeah.
But I was playing AdMech, and so when we wanted to capture them and study them, we wanted to like lobotomize them and open them and rip them up, to see what's going on, and then if we don't find anything, we'll just grab another one.
Yeah, and I think we got a couple of those missions.
Yeah,
at different power levels too, or things that
sometimes it'd be like the supply drop is like drifting this way or that way, or it would be the same mechanic but a different telling of why it's happening.
Magic crack 75 plus work hour when the event happened and not enough fresh. 75 hours of work? Like, hold on. You're not sleeping in between any of that?
Maybe it means in a week.
Or do you mean like, oh, okay, everybody did a pod, everybody did a round, we're gonna do the next one tomorrow? Last Crusade game was Knights versus Guard, and the Knights dude brought an Eviscerator Assassin, and he just murdered the whole Guard army. Think Lord Vader in the corridor in Rogue One. That's terrible. It was in a week, thank God. I mean, that's still a long week, but man, I was worried there that they were like, all right, man, you better get a lot of monster.
Yeah, one weekend.
That would be rough. That'd be terrible. It's so much butt.
It's so much fun.
That's so much butt. So we worked at the largest game store in our region. Okay, not. So we can sympathize a little bit. Liz used to do, you know, the Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic tournaments, and we have some horror stories from that. It was gross. Them card flippers, though. Like,
Some were nice, some didn't really respect your space, especially in the Warhammer area. They kind of just... I remember I was playing a game, and one of them just nonchalantly grabbed my model and, like, looked at it. And I don't know about you, but I'm very bit like, it's a big no-no for me if someone just does that.
just ask. It's expensive. It's a hobby.
Expensive.
I don't come over to your game and I'm like, cool card. Wow, it's holographic too. Is this first? I don't know. First edition. Is this first edition? Wow, that's neat. Like, come on, man. That could be a $300 card.
It's just rude and lacking.
It's rude. I know they're plastic toys, but you leave them alone. Show them respect.
Especially if I spend time painting.
Yeah, hell yeah. You spend all this time painting them.
Yes.
Someone's over there putting their Cheeto fingers on them.
Someone almost touched the my Archaeopter at not the main store we go to, but the one by Sarah's house.
Really?
Yeah. Like he almost like messed with the wing.
No, dude.
He was like, I don't get why they have legs. I was like, oh, it's 40K.
Dude,
It's cool.
40K has a level of derp to it that makes it silly, but also kind of cool.
I can tell you what it's based off of, or I can just tell you it's 40K and it's cool.
And we can just move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should have bought nicer.
I have Matt White.
Well, I don't want to go over them again.
Ah.
Yeah. I think
You could do a light base coat of, like, I have the Matte White Army Painter here. I don't know if you just want to do a thin base coat of that.
Because some of this is just like... So what I noticed is that whether it's Army Painter or GW, and their absurd price for it, it comes out really even. And when I did this, it was almost like the original contrast where it kind of pools and it's kind of runny.
Oh, Army Painter Danish? Let's go.
Is it really?
Dubs for the Danish.
Dubs for the Danish.
I love Army Painter.
Also,
I love their spray. I just love everything. They do a lot of good hobby stuff.
I love their affordability.
Oh yeah, that is a big selling point.
They're you baby. There's some of their products I prefer, some of them I don't. When it comes to their primers, the primers are fantastic. You can pretty much get any GW equivalent in a primer, and that's creme de la creme. But like sometimes like these, can't see. So sometimes like these though, it depends. Normally GW, I'm used to having to just lightly water it down, and sometimes these come out a little bit thinner than I'm used to, and so then I have to apply multiple layers. So, and for me it's hit or miss. I don't know how this one is.
I would thin that one down. Like,
really?
Pretty. I wouldn't say like, I don't know. Also, this is a clear one if you would like to use it for water. No.
No,
So,
I know. It's clogged.
oh, just use this. You want to use a stick?
Oh.
Don't bump the other. No.
Do one of those sprue cuts where it goes.
Oh, that's the worst.
Well, now I have to look in my carpet for.
That's okay. Thin it down. Like significant.
It's so much fucking white. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and
All my friends spill my paint, so that's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and just do a nice white layer on all of my minis first. And see the big old splotch that I just fucking.
I used that on my Shining Spheres, and I thought I watered it down enough, and I did not.
No, really?
Yeah. They really thin, like, yeah.
Otherwise you'll get
Like,
those streaks.
once it's milky.
Man, I can't believe I put.
Well, you are cool, but terrible painting job.
All right, well. All right, so that's what we're doing today.
Oh yeah, that matte white is not the same as the spray matte white that they have.
I just need need any.
Do you need a bigger brush?
No. Because I'm just doing like their armor pads where I need to do contrast.
Okay.
Because everything else isn't contrast. It's just the yellow. I didn't want to.
And the yellow isn't coming out as contrast, more like a yellow base coat.
Well, so like that's fine. But then you have like that area that's like speckled because it's still got the gray because the spray didn't get it good enough.
Yeah.
So I basically need to go and touch it up.
Black Valor, that is true. I know it's true. He was one of the ones that spilled my paints.
Was he the one that did the green?
The green, yeah.
Oh,
It's okay. He got me a new one. He was nice enough to get me a new one.
Didn't get me a new carpet though.
Oh, I mean.
He used to go to the game store that was owned by one of the guys who started it. Who started Army Painter?
Oh, wow.
Yo, give me the trade secrets. What's the guy like? Cool, nice, friendly, business savvy? Like, what's up?
He was in the Army, and he's into paints. Thus, the new love was born.
It was just, it was right there.
It was right there.
It's right in front of my face. Okay. That's not too bad. How did that be black? Okay,
Super chill. He's super chill. Good. I'm glad the person who found it. Look, even my clippers are here. I don't know if you can see.
My brushes, yo. We need to see if that guy can lie.
He's a kid. He was a kid back then. That's so cool. That's a cool, neat little story.
I gave your carpet character. Okay.
You gave me carpet character. Dude, my carpet has a lot.
Yeah, about Alex dyeing our carpet blue.
Green. Yes.
Yeah.
I always see it now.
I haven't noticed it.
No, we got most of it up.
Nice.
It just took a few washes, a few times.
Few puppy licks.
Yeah, a few puppy tastings. Most stains are chill. That's awesome. I've not been in that region yet. Furthest I've been able to travel so far has been to the UK, France, Ireland, for what that's worth. Basically that area. We used to do conventions. She used to sell art, so we used to travel a lot and go to conventions and that. So it was pretty cool getting to meet a lot of people, all over the world. Because y'all are so capable of being able to get around and do stuff, and get into each other's countries and just being able to travel with such diversity, and that was amazing.
We can go to Mexico.
Yep.
We
We can go to Mexico.
Which is, it's not a bad thing. It's just that's the only other country we can really like.
That's it.
Get to within 8 hours.
Yeah.
Just yeah. Yeah, it takes a bit. You go to Canada, but that's like
2-day drive.
that's a 2-day drive right there. That's not happening on a whim. When we mean 2-day drive, that's like 22 plus hours. Not just like, oh, I get in the car and I drive for a little bit. That's forever.
Have you thought about the new Crusade that we're doing?
Me?
Yeah.
I
No?
hate you. Yes.
Right.
Let's see what Emil's got to say. Let me know if I can join you in your painting session
Driving
one
8
day.
hours
Yeah,
down the
you
same
got it,
place.
dude. Well, I'm thinking if, my streams pick up popularity, maybe we could do like, hey, call in and chat it up for a little bit. Thanks for giving us a call, caller.
No, I'd love to see like what they have to paint and what they're going on.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Put up a stream on the side, shoot the shit, see what's up. Australia takes the cake. What'd you like about Australia? Crazy thing about you guys driving 8 hours sounds insane to us. And it is. It sounds insane to us too.
It is.
And 8 hours going, so we're in southern Texas. And
Less than an hour.
it takes us 8 hours just to get out of the state going north. It takes us 6 hours going south to get to Mexico. And it takes 8
I
to
think
10
it's
hours
just to
going
go
east
either-
or south,
any
or
other way.
east or west going any other direction. It's nuts. It's
Why we fly?
why we either drive or fly everywhere. Yeah. It's
I'm supposed to drive to Oklahoma this weekend. It would have been in like
6 hours.
6 hours, yeah.
Okay, Oklahoma's not worth visiting. I guess unless you're going
I
gambling.
mean, if you're going gambling and that trip is paid for.
We take those.
All expense paid trip to gambling in a casino.
We take those.
18 resort. I haven't thought much about. Yeah, it is though.
Driving 4 hours and you've gone from one end to the other end of Denmark. It's itty bitty.
Wow.
No, with that attitude. Driving 4 hours takes me an hour just to get to the other side of our city. It's dumb. It is dumb. It takes me 45 minutes to get to a 15-minute location due to traffic.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
But the thing is like you can't walk.
No.
You can't walk because then you'll be on a highway and there's no accessibility
And
to
it'll
it.
take you 4 hours. To
But then,
walk.
yeah, you walk and it's like... That's 4 hours. It's rough. It's a thing. Hashtag don't mess with Texas. So anyways, Crusades. Back to things that don't make me depressed. Yes, I've thought about our next Crusade. Mostly the story.
Ooh, okay.
And I got some of the inspiration actually from you and what you were thinking would be really cool.
For me, I don't even remember what I said.
Well, that's great. Because you'll be surprised.
No, okay. I say a lot of shit, and then I forget it.
Yeah.
That's probably a good thing.
That's what your dad was complaining about.
It was. He was complaining about that.
You forget everything.
He asked me where we put the alternator.
It's in the car, stupid.
I'm pretty sure it's in the garage where we last left it. Anyways.
So yeah, anyways, I've been thinking a lot about the Crusade and what we're gonna do. I'm still thinking of trying something completely different. So one of the things actually you suggested is just meeting up and playing out games, and if you can get everybody, great. If you can't, you can only get one person, then that's fine too. So, it wouldn't be like, okay, everybody has to play each other once. Now, I'm still toying with it. I don't know ultimately what we'll end up doing. I was thinking about doing something similar to a tree campaign, but with teams.
Okay.
Not unlike what we were telling Emil. What else? I don't know on that one, and I don't know how much legwork that's gonna take to actually do. So that's why I'm iffy. But it'll be more like, if these forces win, then this is kind of the outcome of a section of the story. If these forces win, then this is the outcome of the story. Because a lot of us are going to be playing either Imperial or Chaos armies this go around.
I get my Eldar done. I'm playing Eldar.
Okay, that's something I'll keep in mind.
And it's there's a good amount of time because I think the start date was March, so that gives me 2 months to get a sizable force painted together.
Actually, that gives me a lot more story room because Eldar have been around forever. And what shenanigans have Eldar gotten into?
Haven't they gotten into?
Exactly. So, there's tons of options. Man, this white is thick.
It is, right?
I cannot believe I squirted out that much.
It's okay. I did that with that like a couple days.
Good thing it's effective. Army painter, cost effective. Takes me 20 minutes and I'm on the bridge to... Boom!
That's so nice.
Are you gonna do a Starfleet Crusade? Half on a ship, half space pilot battle?
That would be so cool. If they had like a modern Battlefleet Gothic, I would love to do something like that. Ooh, maybe like some battles can be boarding action battles from the Arcs of Omen, and then other battles can be like planet-side battles.
Actually, so here's the thing. With a little bit of imagination and finagling, I mean, honestly, Arcs of Omen, right? Those don't just have to be boarding actions. They could be, I'm in your secret laboratory. I'm in your secret base underground. I'm in your fortress bunker.
Maybe we can have like event weeks where it's like during this week, instead of like a normal 40k game, it can be a boarding action game.
You have to play nothing but boarding actions for 2 games.
Like this week will have severe narrative impacts, more so than the other games we've had.
That could be a good idea. Because I really want to use the Arcs of Omen rules, but I'm wondering how much each book is going to affect it.
Supposedly, it's gonna affect it to the same degree as Gathering Storm. That brought Gilliman back, and Cadia blew up. So it could be pretty impactful.
Right here,
right there.
Where's Cadia? Right here.
Right here in our hearts.
But also, like, I know for a fact they're doing 3 books, and then they're going to do a 4th one that hasn't been revealed. My theory is that it's going to have Farsight on it. Because apparently, rumor has it, Farsight's supposed to take a really big play into the narrative. They were saying, when they were revealing all the minis and the books, and they were talking about it in one of the articles, they were like, in what could the Arcs of Omen have to possibly do way on the fringes, far away or something like that?
Yeah, they threw Farsight in there.
I was like, GW, what are you doing for me, baby?
I'll be honest, I think that'd be really cool, because I don't, like, while there are narratively important Tau characters to the Tau Empire, to the entire narrative as a whole, I wouldn't say there's, like...
No one matters that much.
There isn't one that's on the level of, like, dare I say Gilliman, Eldrad, Yvraine.
Like, they just don't exist.
Call.
They just don't exist.
Yeah.
and that makes me.
It would be cool to see it on that level.
It's like, oh, Tower getting into the mix.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering because we also shared. I shared that snippet from R40K lore, where it was talking about from one of the books where the Tau are actually starting to become possessed by chaos or starting to have effects from it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And I want to know where if that's going anywhere. So that's a particular reason I'm excited about Arcs of Omen, because I want to see Tao include. I don't want them to be the redheaded stepchild anymore. I want them to be a part of things. I want them to be, involved in the games. I want them to be involved in the lore and the story.
Yeah.
And I think Farsight, because of his sword, is the easiest way there.
What's his sword again?
It is the Dawnblade, and it was on a planet called Arthas Malak. And that, a planet, for some reason, that was being protected by demons.
It was being protected by demons?
Yeah. So in the first book,
Uh-huh.
I started reading it. First book, he's on Arthas Malak and he's fighting demons. Doesn't know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to reason with them to some extent while fighting them.
Just like Xenos or something.
He's like, look, obviously these demons, which he was referring to like blue horrors, which had gems and, wealthy iconography on them and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying, they're opulent. They clearly care about wealth. So then he's like, hey, if you join us, we'll give you all the wealth you want.
Yeah.
He was trying to. It said something along the lines of like he's trying to invoke his inner water caste member and trying to be diplomatic.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out. It's not gonna work. Me manically writing notes. This is gold. Which part's gold? I don't know which part's gold, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Dude, we go for hours. We do this even when we're not painting. We just stand there and just shoot the shit about lore and what we think, where things are going, and so on. It's passion. Passion for sure. So yeah, where was I? So he's trying to work with them. Uh-huh. So apparently something happened when he actually ended up picking up the sword. And
where did he find the sword? Like I know
on that planet.
I know you said on the planet, but was there a spot? Was it in a sword in a stone? Was it in a vault?
Yeah, it's like a dusty dead planet. Uh-huh. And it's inside like a giant tomb. Inside. And they're trying to get inside. I don't remember if the prologue has him with the sword already or not. But he basically ends up getting the sword. Mm-hmm. And he also gets a talisman. And jumping to the part that's important, he's been alive for like 200 and some odd years.
Has he really?
Tau lived to be 60.
They're like 60, yeah.
Tops.
He's been alive that long?
He's been alive for like 200 years.
What do the other Taus say to him? They're like, yo, what's going on, man? You hiding some tech?
Bro, I really don't know. Like, obviously he doesn't have the effect of the gem while he's there, right? So he's got to be 30, 40 years old.
Yeah.
So, I think after he breaks off and splits,
mm-hmm.
It obviously changed his demeanor. I remember it having an effect on him like that. And this is just from the codex. This isn't from the book. It had an effect on like his demeanor. It had an effect on, how other people viewed him. All the ethereals ended up getting killed. So they're not in connect with the ethereals anymore. Whatever.
Killed by Farsight?
Not that I'm aware of. No, they just ended up getting killed in action, basically.
Ah, okay.
And when they ended up dying, while he was within possession of the Dawnblade and the amulet,
mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, he's like, you know what, man? We're going to do our own thing. Now, I'm sure it goes into detail in the books, but that's like the TLDR from the Codex.
Uh-huh.
He was like, fuck it. I'm going to do my own thing. And unbeknownst to everyone else, they had a little small Tau Civil War.
Oh, yeah.
They tried to bring him back into the fold, and he was like,
No.
not today, Satan.
Because he's aware of the ethereals, like, whatever bullshit pheromones or whatever.
Don't know. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
In these books, Phil Kelly, I think, was the one writing them, said something along the lines of, like, it basically amounted to, there are some ethereals that are good ethereals and are living by the, creed of greater good, and there are some that abuse their power.
Yeah.
And it's very obvious. And I think he, obviously he's having to deal with some corrupt dudes like Onva. Onva's corrupt as hell.
Isn't Onva dead?
Dude, he's been dead for years.
That's so crazy.
And they were like, no, we can't have the Pope like that. We're gonna put up holograms.
And yeah, so
like, dude,
so the current Onva is just a hologram.
He's not real. Yeah, and they're like, if people found out that he wasn't real, there would be like a spiritual, upheaval within the Tau society. Why?
Would there be?
Just be like, yo, he died overnight. He died in his sleep.
Then we get a new space Pope.
So what's going on with the ethereals? What's happening?
Was Onva always like the top ethereal?
I don't know, but he pretty much ended up becoming like, top dog. Like he's so important that other ethereals listen to him as well. Like he ranks above.
Do some ethereals not listen to each other? Is
it occurs to me that when ethereals are doing things, they do things by council typically. So
okay.
if there's more than one ethereal or there's big planning that needs to happen, they get together and they discuss things and come to conclusions.
Okay.
What else? An interesting thing. The Eldar, it's in one of Phil Kelly's books too. The Eldar refer to demons the same as the ethereals refer.
Really?
Huh?
What, like they call them the same word?
They call them like the enemy. And it's like
I know they. I mean, I don't know if everyone calls it. I know Eldar calls Slanesh like she who thirsts.
Yeah, I was reading about it all online, and other people were pointing out the fact that oftentimes Eldar will call, Chaos the enemy or the great enemy.
Yeah.
And in these books, the ethereals refer to them as such as well, because apparently the ethereals are aware of demons.
That's so interesting.
But the greater Tau population, like,
I mean, they see a
they're
demon and
they're
like,
clueless.
Yeah. Farsight.
Especially someone like Farsight. Farsight, Ais, and
Ais?
So there's 3 great commanders of the Tau.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Farsight, it's Shadow Sun, and it's Kais.
I haven't heard of that one.
He's the one that was in the book.
The book?
The Fire Warrior book that came out forever ago. That was like, it was super mid.
Oh,
it was very mid.
No.
It was very fan servicey and not well written. But he's the 3rd one, and basically whenever shit goes real, so every time there's a great war for the Tau, these 3 commanders come out of like a stasis, and when the war's over, they put them back because they are that good. They're like, yo, we pull you out when shit gets real and we need help.
Damn, what a life.
Yeah. Well, that greater good stuff.
True.
And so, anyways, I don't know where I was going with all this, but basically, long story short, there's some shit going on with Farsight, and I'm excited about it because
you were telling me about the commander, bro. The 3rd one I had not heard about.
Kais, yeah. So, Shaso Kais means skilled one. in Tau.
Okay.
So basically, he's skilled. He's just good.
That good.
He's just
You're just
good.
that good.
Your name is just that good.
You probably
Shaso
are.
that good. Like
You better live up to that name.
and what was it? These three were trained by someone named Puretide. Puretide was basically the senpai of all three of them.
Okay.
And he taught them the ways of war, and they were star pupils. Now, I think he had a few others, but these three are the ones that matter.
Okay.
And you can actually kind of think of them kind of like siblings, in a professional sense as well.
See, they're like Naruto, Sasuke, and
Yeah.
the other one.
Sakura!
Sakura.
And what was it? So, for example, Anva, I think it was Anva, was like, "Yo, you got to go handle Farsight." And she said that to Shadow Sun. Okay, and that's the stealth chick. If
Yeah, I
you're
know.
not-
I know.
okay.
Yeah, I know the ones that have models. I'm like, I know you.
Fair enough. Okay, so he's like, Anva's like, "You got to go take care of Farsight." He's like, "I do." And he's like, "Yeah, he's against greater good. We need this to be quiet, and we need this to be kept under wraps because, it'll hurt the vision of the greater good. We just, keep it on the DL."
Keep it on the
Well,
DL.
she's not stupid.
Yeah.
She's not dumb, but she's playing her part. She calls up Farsight, and she's like, "Hey, dude. I'm not coming after you.
Oh, good.
But
Okay.
if we cross paths, this is what I have to do.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to be on Texas the 8th of this month, so it'd be really cool if you weren't there."
Where in the galaxy is Farsight right now?
Oh, my phone.
Didn't they jump somewhere?
Oh, man, I don't even know who the hell that is. Dang. He's to the north of the tower. He's slightly galactic north of them.
Okay.
And there's plenty of space between the two entities, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So you really don't have to worry about too much, running into each other and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I was reading in one of the new codexes of there was a planet that ends up basically getting nommed by Nids.
The top planet?
Uh-huh. And it's Farsight's boys.
Oh.
No, what was it? No, it was Tau boys.
Oh, okay.
And they're like, "Yo, we need help." Farsight was like, "Yo, I'll help you." Like, all right, we're going to get off planet. We're going to try and escape. And Tau Empire ends up shooting them out of the sky.
The Farsight people?
The people who are going to run to Farsight, yeah.
Damn! So
Yeah.
Farsight wasn't to go save him.
He's like, "Come to us. There's always room in our enclave for you."
They're like, shit, anywhere but here.
And they're like, yeah.
they're like-
Basically, the planet had gotten, consumed down to, a few small planets that had giant shields, so they were protected from getting bombarded and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, "Great, let's get out of here." And, yeah, the tower like, "Not today, dude.
Sorry, dude.
Today's just not your day."
For the greater good,
You feel
get
me,
it,
right?
you get it. Dude, that sucks.
It's fucked up.
That's brutal.
That is brutal. It's
Good on them, though.
It's grimdark.
Yeah.
And
Keeping it 40K.
Yeah, they're not always good. They're mostly good. Mostly.
Mostly. As good as a good can get.
So yeah, there's been some theories running about that. It's like maybe the ethereals are biological creations from Eldar, perhaps, because they're aware of demons. They use the same phrasing about demons, things like that. So there's some room to play with that, especially if you're doing something Crusade. And quite frankly, I think that's really interesting. I think that it leaves a lot of room for there to be that, well, isn't it? That 40K is famous for.
Yeah.
Everything is true, nothing's accurate. kind of, you know, storytelling that 40K has, and I like that. I love that. I live for it.
I do too.
And I think that's a fantastic way of taking Tau, at least for the ethereals, because we know they're different. We know that they're
are they I mean, they're physically speaking, they're not different. Like in terms of their appearance, they appear to be Tau.
So all Tau are like different species of the same creature. So, there are different breeds of dog, but they're all dogs. They're all very good at very specific things.
But so,
Tau
are they different species, or are they just variations of the same?
Variations
species?
of the same species.
So, like humans, there's tons of different variations of humans. You know.
Yeah.
So that's what Tau is.
Essentially,
all the different casts,
except for ethereals, because for some reason ethereal gets put in the mix, and all the tower like
they just fall in line.
They just it's so much easier.
But,
it's like
what I was saying is, I guess like physically speaking, they have the same appearance.
For the most part, I mean, yeah.
Just,
if you looked at it, you'd be like, "That's a Tau."
You put them in a lineup with
that's a Tau. They're all Tau.
They're all Tau.
They're all Tau.
Yeah.
That one's a little taller. That one's stockier. That one's shorter.
So,
that one's slender. That one's more human-like.
So there's nothing physically discerning about like, whoa, that guy is very different right there.
Yeah, not like
It's sneaky.
Yeah, and so people are like, you know, maybe. You know, because Eldar were genetic modifications and created through, you know, biological engineering. Maybe they, you know, picked up a few things and were like, you know, from
they could.
From the old ones, and they were like, yo, maybe we can do the same thing. Maybe we can guide creation a little bit here. Mm-hmm. You know, Tau don't have a strong register with psychics. Maybe we can manipulate that. So I think that's a really interesting take. I'm super excited because obviously I love Tau. I'm very excited about Farsight becoming, you know, front and center of attention. He's very close to the divide of the Great Rift between Imperium Nihilus.
Yeah.
So I don't know what side he lands on, but I know he's gonna be involved. So I am hyped about it.
That sword looks big.
It does. It looks really big.
You know why I didn't immediately think Farsight is because it doesn't look like his normal sword.
It looks like it's got a scabbard now.
Yeah.
And that's new. It looks a lot longer. It almost looks like his body.
It does,
length.
yeah. That's why I thought it was a mini knight, like but a character like knight, you know.
I also think that they're gonna lean into a Japanese aesthetic, because if you look at the base of it, it looks like he has.
Oh, it's got those forests.
Yeah, it looks like he's got branches with maybe cherry blossoms.
You know
or
what
something.
those reminded me of? The Eldar trees.
Ooh.
I don't know if you've seen those, but they kind of look. I don't want to say thorny, but
they're kind of brambles.
Brambly. That's a great word. Yeah, they're like brambly.
And I think that could. I think that's gonna be a really fun painting challenge, because I'm gonna paint the shit out of those. I know that's what it's gonna be. You heard it here first. That's what it's gonna be. My money's down on it. Okay, down bad on it.
Are you gonna, if that is a Farsight model, would you paint him in the same scheme as your army, or Farsight? Doesn't seem like it would be hard because he's red. Red isn't like, it's not like you're painting white.
You know what I'll do? I'll probably paint him like Farsight, but then I'll give him a motif that I have from like.
Hey, perfect. That's what I'm doing with the Shining Spears. I'm putting a little purple there on their flares and whatnot.
A motif that's like attributed to your main force.
Yeah.
And they're also Shining Spears.
They're Shining Spears, but they, they got that homage to their Homecraft world.
Yeah. No, I'm about that. I think that's a good idea, personally.
Yeah. Almost done with this model.
And then you get to put it together?
Now you get to put it together. You get to see the whole process happen.
Sheesh. Okay. I think, unfortunately, I've almost used up as much white as I'm gonna get to use up. Means there's a lot of wasted white here.
I mean, I came to terms with that as soon as it all came out, so you're good.
Oogie. Really
Actually, I might dip into that at some point.
You should.
I have to.
Please.
I have to touch up a couple of things.
Please do. Hello, Brat.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have Retributor Gold, would you?
That would be a question for Liz, but you can also look down there in that.
Give Retributor Gold.
She had a lot of gold colors.
No? If you don't, that's okay. Alphin Brown. Who was it that didn't realize that all these paints were named after 40k stuff until recently? It was someone. Hey, Chris.
No, I think it was
No.
Mikey. I think Mikey.
Oh, okay.
I want to say Mikey.
Mikey?
He was trying to like say some weird ass words or something. Like he was, I think he was trying to remember one of the paint names. He was like, I don't know, some bullshit. And I was like, I think he read something about his Necrons, and then he saw the color. He was like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's. Oh, they're naming it after that. Did you know that?
Me with my Castellan green.
Stupid. Yeah, I want to say it was Mikey. I can't confirm that, but I want to say that's who it was. Oh, that's a good chunk. That's a good baby.
It's a good puppy.
That's a good puppy.
Is it really?
Just like just her little booper and her eyeball.
Oh.
Wow.
Yep. Do you ink this with Druki?
No problem, Emil. Thanks for hanging out with us today. We really appreciate it. The whole thing should be up on YouTube, so if there's anything you miss or want to check out, let me know. We should have it there for you to view. So thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you, Mel.
All the way from Denmark. That's so cool.
Shout out to Denmark, man.
Shout out. Them army painter guys are pretty cool.
Guys. That's how I'm gonna know them from now on, is army painter.
Hey, you know those army painter guys? Oh no, not Fanrand. No.
No, I don't have
Denmark.
my... The ugly...
That was for Denmark.
No, hey, that's what I said earlier. That's for Denmark.
Got here late, but next time. That's okay, Time Guy. How are you doing today? I'm glad you could be here at all. If you guys haven't, make sure to also follow on all the social media. I have it linked somewhere around here. Go follow. I put stuff everywhere. I post hobby stuff. I post what I'm doing, what I'm working on, what I get, what I got. Yada yada. So, how are you doing today, Time? Alright, I think I can start doing my contrast.
You need contrast medium? Do you use contrast medium?
Ew.
Would you like to use contrast medium?
I don't know. Would I? Does it take a normal paint and turn it into a contrast?
No. It's like a Lamian medium, but for contrast. So it's like a... They give it as a mixer to kind of like dilute it. I wouldn't say it like dilutes the pigment, but it just... For me, it makes it easier to flow around, and it doesn't dry with the same like sheen. Like...
Just cooking. Ooh, what are you cooking? Serve it up.
No, I can't build them today. I forgot a part.
Yeah.
The like main part where all this glues onto.
Body.
The body. Yeah.
Where's the alternator?
Here's the alternator. Yeah, I know.
It's in the truck.
What was I saying?
You're explaining
Oh,
contrast medium.
Yeah, so it's just a way for it to not. Yes.
Pool is hard, maybe?
Pool, not. I wouldn't even say pool is hard, but I find it's easier just to work with the paint when you mix in a little bit of it. It doesn't dry as fast, I feel, which is my only issue with contrast is that it dries really quick.
It dries pretty quick. Sure, I'll...
Maybe if you want to try it on a test model or something.
Yeah.
On like a test pauldron. I usually do like a 2-to-1 mix.
So 1 drop of that to 2 of this.
Vice versa.
2 of that to 1 of this.
2 to 1 of this.
Damn, dude, what is all this?
I know you're like, it's all the same color and it's all white liquid. What do you got in there, man? That's what is this? Art Coat, Storm Shield, Valhalla and Blizzard, Lamian Medium, and this is just an empty Lamian.
Thanks so much. Carnitas tacos. Dang, it sounds delicious.
That's good.
Sounds fantastic.
I had chicken tacos for breakfast.
My late breakfast before I had to work again. Ooh, locha. Carnitas. Ooh. You know, speaking of which, we gotta go get some food before we go to the movies tonight. We're thinking about going and getting some P-Terry's.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. You're down.
You didn't want to eat at the movies?
Well, I don't know. A little expensive.
Yeah.
Maybe get a snack or an apple. Ooh, get some appies. Oh my god, I'm always down for appies.
I was kind of like, they got like a Caesar salad there, right?
Idea.
I'm hoping they do. Actually, what am I doing? I can check the menu.
How's work been going for you, Time? Doing good, working hard, making bucks. Get 2 of this. Loop. 1. 2.
I do 2 little dollops of that, and rinse it out, and then get into the next one. Then 1 dollop of that.
It's a dollop for Daisy. Oh wow. Yeah, that waters it down quite a bit without watering it down.
Right?
Alright. Don't see what happened. Ooh, smooth. Looks pretty good. Oh yeah, it makes it way easier to work with.
That's why I've been using the mediums for all my inks and contrast.
Pretty good. Okay.
Well, makes me sad that I can't complete the model. This means I gotta glue it all together when I get home. But I can start work on the next one.
But you got more? Have you, what movie you seeing? Work is cool, new boss is on. That new boss mode, just gotta roll with it. Time for a good old-fashioned shake-up.
New boss is on there? Yeah.
Yep, it do be like that.
Everyone's experienced that. That's work.
That sucks.
Shit was going great, and then the new boss showed up.
There's at least an expectation, right?
Yeah,
you're like, cool, I know what I gotta do. I come in, I do it, I go home.
My favorite thing of that happening to me was the new boss at the senior place I worked at told me not to do the rounds anymore. So I was basically like a security guard, and I would do rounds. They told us not to do it anymore, and then one weekend there was like a massive flood on the 2nd floor of where the residents live, and I would have caught it early on if I was just allowed to do the rounds. But guess who stopped making us do the rounds?
Good old-fashioned shake-up.
New manager. Yep.
Hot damn.
Yeah, that's an expensive mistake.
It is an expensive mistake. Oh. We are going to go see Avatar.
The Way of Water.
The Way of Water. There's a place nearby that, you know, does cheap movies. So we were like, you know, for 5 bones, for 5 bananas, it's not a bad time.
No.
You know, I'm not expecting a whole lot from the story, but you know, visually it should be interesting. The action in the first movie was good, so
that's where all the expectations should be.
Yeah, it is. It is. So we're gonna go see that tonight, and hopefully enjoy it. There's gonna be a big group of us, pretty much our whole Crusade group, and then some. So we're gonna go see that. Should be a good time. Always a good time. Hey, this is coming out pretty good. Get this bass on there, and then I feel like some cohesion starting to happen.
Cohesion, you say?
So, have you thought of any lore, or have you thought of any?
I knew you were gonna ask that. No.
No.
Not anything.
No.
Not a zero things to this Eldar. I just wanted to paint them purple. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do for them. Lore wise, I need to get back into like reading the codex.
See what's changed. See what's happened.
Changed. See what things are now. You read a book or two.
Read a book, nerd. Yeah, those audiobooks is the way to go.
Yeah, I might do that.
Even on the books that are like the Phil Kelly ones are okay reading, but audio wise,
really
the person who's reading them to you gives a lot more to they lend themselves to what's written.
Okay.
So if the writing's kind of meh,
yeah,
the voice work can really.
I really like the Path of the Warrior book. I read that in high school. It was really good. It gave me a better insight on like
That was Phil Kelly.
What an yeah, it gave me a better insight on like what an Exarch is.
How important they are.
Yeah, because I thought they were like their own individual people originally, and before I read that book, my fluff was like some of the Exarchs from the Shrine are like vying for power on the craft world, but that's not how it works. Once you become an Exarch, you're sort of just like you yourself are lost. You are no longer there. Whoever originally was that Exarch is who you become. Your psyche just becomes part of the suit. Eventually, you're just another soul that was lost in the suit.
So it's like an amalgamation of personalities.
Mm-hmm.
Like
sometimes those other personalities like bleed through, but whoever was like the founder of that shrine and created that armor is like the main personality.
Sucks.
It's like a reverse Avatar, like from Last Airbender, where instead of like the new Avatar being able to consult all the old spirits, the old spirit is the very first spirit is the one who's in charge, and he consults all the new spirits. You're like, hey, what's up?
You're probably wondering why I gathered you here today.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, asshole. You stole my soul.
Yeah.
Well, be that as it may.
and it gets even worse if you become a Phoenix Lord. Because it's the same deal. It's just that Phoenix Lord has gone through so many Exarchs, and each of those Exarchs has their own like host of people.
But the Phoenix Lord is specific to like those casts, right? Like Scorpions, Banshee.
Yeah, so it's
specific. Phoenix Lords.
There's only one Phoenix Lord for every aspect.
Is it per craft world?
No, just overall.
Dang, so they're like the Pope of their aspect.
More or less, yeah.
Jeez. They're their holy liege.
If one dies, an Exarch will don the suit, and then that Exarch will become, let's say it's a Banshee Exarch. That Banshee Exarch will become Jane Czar, and Jane Czar will basically still be alive, but through that person. Like, her personality will be the one that is like speaking from that person and everything.
I don't like that. That's like some Lucius.
Fucked up.
Fucked up.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens to the main character in that book. Spoilers. I don't know if anyone's gonna read it.
Man, that book's been out for like
it's been out, yeah.
30 30 years.
He ends up like he's like a lost person, and he gets like the call to war that happens to Eldar every now and again. And so he joins a Scorpion shrine. After a while, he leaves the shrine to find an abandoned shrine within the craft world, and he puts on the Exarch suit, and then he becomes that person. And then he like struggles to be himself, but while also being this other person, because this other person's personality ends up being more dominant. And then there's a Space Marine invasion on the craft world.
That's fucked up.
And then Karandros, who's the striking Scorpion Exarch, or Phoenix Lord, is there. And he 1v1s a Dreadnought. And I think they just end up killing each other. And so he... I mean, he can do it, dude. He 1v1s a Dreadnought. He wins, but he has, like, mortal wounds. And then the main character sees the suit, puts it on, and then he becomes Karandros. That's the end of the book.
I don't know how to feel about that though. Like one of your best guys gets fucking beat by a Dreadnought.
I mean, it's a Dreadnought, dude.
I don't know. I'm just like, chapter master level.
It's like I think he would probably win against like a chapter master. But I mean, a Dreadnought's huge, dude. It's like you're fighting a tank.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
That's how I see it. And also, they're like, what are they, like, strength 14, dude? Karandros is toughness 4, man. even with a 2-up, 5-up.
GG.
GG's.
Who the hell do you think you
Yeah,
are?
really, damage 3 at least.
I'm gonna mount you.
Maybe he's got 8 wounds. Maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Couple rounds, we'll get him in.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I was, speaking of Dreadnoughts, there's one that ends up showing up in, those books. Gaunt's Ghosts. I'm in the second Gaunt's Ghost book.
Ooh, okay.
And there's a Chaos Dreadnought that's showing up.
Oh,
And it's
right.
blind for story reasons. It got blinded.
Like some Crusade damage, I see.
Basically, they're on a planet that they're having to deal with chaos, and yes, like 2 or 3 guardsmen accidentally end up.
Ooh,
Shit, dude. It is an intense scene because it starts hunting them by sound, but they're in a forest.
Oh, that's cool.
That's so cool. It's so good. It's so good. It's so intense.
That's terrifying.
That's
Predator on a whole nother level.
Oh man, it's a predator who doesn't need to be quiet.
No, it doesn't.
He doesn't have to be quiet. He doesn't have to stealth to hunt you. He's just gotta be bigger.
He's just bigger.
He just wins.
And they're in a forest, you said?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they have these things. While they're in the forest, they have these things that are like they're like pin cushion cactus things. And if you make noise, or if you disturb them in any way, they go and shoot off needles everywhere.
Oh, okay.
So these guardsmen are not just trying to be quiet so they don't get shot by the needles. By the way, these things have neurotoxins, so if they hit you, you drop, you're paralyzed. You get hit by
what are they on, like a catagen right now?
No.
Sounds like catagen, dude.
No, it might as well be, but it's not. No, it's a jungle planet. It sounds like deep in like Southeast Asia or something.
Okay.
And so they're out in this jungle, and they're like, there's something wrong going out here because there's one of them's a tracker, and they're like, there's things that are disturbed out here, and we're trying to find the enemy while we're out here, and I don't want our flank to be open to something unexpected. So they're like, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna so like 2 or 3 of them go out there. And 2 or 3 of them go out there, and they're looking for it. Well, they end up coming across these bushes beforehand, and the needles are like, they're not needles like you think on a cactus. They're like arrows. So if they hit you, whatever they're hitting, they can go through. They can pierce.
They're not just poisoning you. They're destroying you.
They'll kill you if they hit something important.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't, you become paralyzed, more or less.
Sucks.
So they're out there, and one of the guys ends up getting taken down by one. Oh my god. Well, that and the exploding needles alerts the dreadnought, so the dreadnought starts approaching them. And it is absolutely terrifying and so well written.
That sounds so cool.
I won't spoil what happens, but
I mean,
thank God it was blind.
oh,
Let's say
I
that.
see. Yeah.
Thank God it was blind, because it
Fucking shit up.
it's basically just crashing through this. I think basically what happened, one of those needles ended up shooting its like sensory visor or something and cracking it so it couldn't see.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's out in the forest blind, so it starts hunting these guys and it's trying to kill them. Basically, they got to do battle with old Dreddy.
With old Dreddy.
With old Dreddy. Got to give a dreadnought more respect. Put some respect on it.
Respect on.
I want to read Gaunt's Ghost. It's so good. I definitely recommend the audiobook. You'll get through it faster. The first two books are good, but they were short stories that were written in very, very old white dwarfs. And then the guy who was writing them, I forget his name. The guy who was writing them decided to put them in a coherent storyline. And so the first two books are based off of those short stories. And then after that, I think the third book is called Necropolis. And it's one of the books that people are like, it is one of the best books in the Black Library series.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
And that's where Gaunt's Ghost, like, it's good, and then it takes off. It just
I had no idea.
straight,
it was like
straight to the moon. Yeah.
It was that like prominent of popularity in here.
Yes, it's huge. God, I wish I could remember who wrote it.
Dude, I had Gaunt's Ghost at home because I read Colonel Schaefer's Last Chancers. And that, like, it was good, but anytime I hear about Gaunt's Ghost, it just feels like a better version of Last Chancer. Last Chancers is supposed to be about a penal legion going to these like hellholes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Any cool takeaways?
Oh god! So I read it in high school. I'm trying to remember, see if I can remember some of the plots. Because I read the omnibus and it was basically 3 stories. One story was about fighting Tau. One story was about this governor on Armageddon who was doing arms deal with orcs. And them trying to stop
On Armageddon?
On Armageddon, yeah. So that governor was like betraying, or maybe it was like some higher up. He was betraying the Imperium by basically selling arms to the orcs. Probably in return for them not like stomping their territory or something.
That's a paddling.
That is a paddling.
That's a paddling.
Can't remember what the other book was.
Were they long?
Yeah, the whole omnibus was.
You read it?
I read it.
Damn.
Yeah, I can't remember it.
Nice. Good to see it stuck with
Can't
you.
remember anything, mijo. Yeah.
Dude, I know. It's
I
a family
know.
thing.
It's not just me, though. It's you, too.
Let's be fair.
Be fair.
Yeah, if you get a chance, man, you should listen to it or read it, because it's... I want to say...
when I paint.
I think he was one of the writers who ended up establishing a lot of the early, like... MacGuffin words for Warhammer, like Vox communication.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that wasn't a thing in sci-fi until this started writing. Him, Dan Abnett, people like them. And he set the scene for, like, how chaos and the warp affects people, how it, masquerades, how it slowly takes people over, how people interact with it, the madness that it can cause. Like in one of the first in the first book, one of the battles, basically they're fighting a Chaos Legion. Like, this Legion has thoroughly been given to Chaos. And they end up like setting up these booby traps, but really all they are, they're just like they're like little noise machines. But it gives off an eerie rhythm. And then I guess because of it, or as a part of it, it was part of a ritual that ends up summoning a demon. Greater demon.
Ooh, okay.
And then they have to deal with that shit.
They just gotta deal with it.
And they're on a battlefield. There's trench lines, a battle going on, and they're hearing this like one of those clapping monkeys, right? But it's making this like constant rhythm.
Yeah.
Offbeat. It sounds wrong, but it's making a rhythm. It's just everything chaos about it. And one of the guys that they end up fighting just ends up exploding into a greater demon.
You know who did a great job of kind of doing something similar? The Hammer, there was a Hammer and Bolter episode where they go into like the Garden of Nurgle, and there's like an argument happening between this, what are their psychers called? I don't know what a Plague Marine psyker is.
I don't either.
But he's arguing with
a great
like,
stinky one.
A great stinky one. And go away.
Free girls in your city. Shit. You think they want some of this plastic crack? What's up? First time chat, the screen is black.
Oh.
Is it? Unwanted commercial content or spam, pornography, or sexually explicit material. Damn, let's go there. Ooh, let's do that. Looks fine on my end. Trend Dog, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat, by the way. Yeah, it looks good on my end too. How's it look over there, Liz? Twitch and YouTube doing okay? Weird. That's weird. Maybe it's your internet loading for you, man.
Huh.
What was I saying? Where was I at?
Well, I was talking about this Hammer and Bolter episode.
Oh yeah, you're saying they handled the demon thing really well.
Yeah, so basically, I guess one of the Plague Marines is mouthing off, or he's talking some shit, and I don't know. I forgot what they're saying, but the guy, he does his warp magic, and it just mutilates this Marine, and it just mutates him, and like there's like a second head that grows, and it becomes bigger than his, and then it ends up like swallowing the original head. It's just super grotesque. You're like, oh my god, that's perfect. Like for Nurgle.
It seems abstract and grotesque, and it's like, where's all this coming from?
Yeah.
It's like, the warp.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever seen that not a commercial, but it's like it's a video that went around online, and someone put something in a microwave, and it, like, when they microwave it, it starts to just like foam.
Yeah,
spread,
yeah.
And then like,
Well, there's a little monster.
yeah, and that's kind of how I envision some of that. I guess working. I don't know how else to...
It basically is that.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't know the name of the Hammer Bolter episode, but it looked good. Some of those episodes are pretty interesting, lore wise.
You know, I really like the orc one because I was like, the art perfect for it.
Yeah.
It's crude and rough, and then I realized that all their animations were gonna kind of be like that. I was like, no.
Some of them.
Do they get better? Or
So I haven't seen all of them. I've seen a few episodes. There is one episode where it was an assassin interrogating someone. Basically, it was like a build up where this inquisitor, it was like an inquisitor battle. One of them was corrupt, and the corrupt one wins. Until it's eventually like captured by assassin, and then assassin goes on this like monologue story of another assassin like how those shooter assassins, how they're brought up, like from birth.
Oh, like a Vindicare?
Vindicare, yeah.
Okay.
And this other, I guess no, she's captured. I'm sorry, but she goes on this long monologue, and of like how these people are brought up, and then this entire time this Inquisitor thinks he has the upper hand, and then boom, Vindicare, brah,
Really?
destroys him. Yeah, because she tries to do her. She's a shape shifting assassin.
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember.
I don't know if it's
I know
Calidus.
Vindicare.
I don't know if it's a Calidus. No, I think those are the second one. I can't remember, but that one was a cool story. There's another story where I think they're called Remembrancers, where they're basically people who work in these great libraries, just like counting, doing something, whatever. And he ends up like he finds his book, and he's slowly corrupted by Zinch.
Really?
Yeah. It was a slow burn, I'll say that. There wasn't much action going on in that one. It was like definitely a lore video.
It's a look into the life of
Yeah.
a Remembrancer.
There was one where I just saw clips of it, but it's like a Tyranid invasion, and they're fighting Cadians, and a Carnifex gets into the trenches,
Oh.
and then it just gets surrounded by a bunch of guards, and they're just like, it's almost
Doing
like,
their best.
no, they kill it. They're just shooting it like it's like they're jumping him in a gang or something, you know? Because the Carnifex is surrounded by all these guardsmen, and they're just lighting it up.
I wanted to see that one. I've seen a lot of memes and stuff from it, and apparently it was really good. It was one of the ones people really like talking about.
Really?
Yeah, but I
just saw that
one.
clip. They make fun of the Cadian stands thing in that. Because one of the guardsmen was like, "Well, Cadia stands," and then another guardsman was like, "Cadia blew up. What are you talking about?"
Can't stand. It's dead.
It's dead.
No mas. The blaming. No, I want to see those. Did you see the preview for all the other animations that they're coming out with?
I did.
Like the Pariah Nexus one?
The Pariah Nexus one looks really good. It looks beautiful.
Looks so good. And I'm ready for Astartes 2, whatever that's going to end up being. Like the people who made the Astartes.
Yeah, I want to see that too. Time Guy says they just bought Warhammer Plus and have been watching Angels of Death. I want to see that. How's that been? I've been wanting to see Angels of Death, and I've been wanting to see Interrogator.
What's Interrogator?
It follows an Inquisitor. I don't know if it follows Eisenhorn or another named Inquisitor, but it's like a noir style cartoon that follows an Inquisitor.
Oh, I did see a thing for this.
Yeah, they did.
I originally thought when I saw the commercial for it, or the ad, I thought it was going to be Eisenhorn, but I don't think it is.
No?
I don't think so. Eisenhorn starts off like a noir, and it's fucking good.
Yeah?
It's so good.
I'll need to read that, and I'll need to read Gaunt's Ghost.
Gaunt's Ghost?
Don't read Titanic. That was pretty good.
Dude.
I enjoy Titanic. That put Titan battles into perspective.
Yeah, it does. It's like, oh yeah, they're just shooting their guns over miles.
Or miles away, yeah. Yeah, because you see it on the tabletop, so, you always assume it's just...
Scale is skewed.
Yeah.
You're like, there's no way, you can get a good grasp of this.
I think that's the first and only book, aside from like a codex, I read about the Admech. And I thought Skitarii were going to be very different. Because the way it describes Skitarii in there, it almost describes it as
I remember them having like
people.
Yeah, I remember them having like multiple legs and stuff like that, like real mechanical abominations.
Yeah.
And then
that was the description that was in my head.
Right? They and I guess that's not also incorrect, but I think for tabletop's sake, they kind of brought them in line with like relatable functioning soldiers.
Yeah.
They're like, we're You know, we're two-legged. We wear cloaks to hide all of our good bits.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, not too different from you, but very different and built better.
Yeah. Built different, as is.
Built different.
Time Guy says story is solid. Animation is a little outdated, but because it's in black and white and red, it looks nice at least. Yeah, it kind of reminded
Stylized.
me of that that movie that came out a while ago. Had Jessica Alba in it.
Sin City.
Sin City, yeah. 'Cause they did the same approach. It was black and white, but
Kind of give it that
red,
drawn
too.
comic feel.
booky. Yeah.
I've been wanting to watch. It's Angels of Death, right? Yeah, Angels of Death.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw Tyranids in it, I was like, damn, we doing some Space Hulk.
Oh yeah, that's right. They are.
Yeah, I think so. Anyways, they look like Nids. They look like Gene Stealers. But I don't know. I'm unsure of that. Like I can't confirm.
Can't confirm. Maybe I could.
Time Guy could. Will Time Guy. I remember y'all talking about Titanicus in high school. Dude, it was so good.
Yeah.
I remember that. It's a book from many different perspectives, but basically what it boils down to is everybody else's perspective on a battle between titans, and you know what goes into that. What is the logistics of it? What do people on the ground deal with?
There was also like one of the side plots, or maybe it was the main plot. I think it's just been so long that there was gonna be a signal that was gonna be sent out to all like the Mechanicus in that area that the Omnissiah is different than the Emperor. There's gonna be some big heresy no that was about to go out.
Who was putting that out? Was it the Forces of Chaos or?
I think it was some Imperium who were, or not Imperium, some
Mad Mech who were disillusioned.
yeah.
They're like, this is bullshit.
He's not our Jesus.
Not my God.
No. What did I complain about last night about the head popping up?
Oh, it popped off the
Yeah.
stick.
Yeah, it's okay though. I can now grab it by the head. Any that part. Yeah, that was a great book.
So far, it's Gene Stealer. Dope. Yeah, I liked it. The one that I want is the guy who made Astartes got picked up by GW, and he's supposed to be making a second series of Astartes. And he had an ad out, or I guess like a teaser trailer for what it was going to be about, before GW picked him up. And it's supposed to be featuring a lot of different chapters. It seemed like most of them were,
Like homebrew chapters?
yeah, or like predecessors. You know, it's not like main chapters. It's not
Yeah.
Imperial Fist. It's like Blood Terror.
Yeah.
Blood Terrors.
I think that was like the main one.
And
That
so
everyone recognized.
yeah, there was like, and then there was the one that was in the Astartes series that he put out, and so that was gonna be a part of it. And they're supposed to be fighting Nids.
Be cool.
I wonder if they're keeping it for like Space Marine 2's release. That'd be the hell of a time to do it.
Oh right.
Or maybe they're keeping it for 10th edition.
When in the year is that supposed to go?
Astartes 2?
Space Marine 2.
I don't know. I don't have a clue. I want to say... I don't know. They have like the digital deluxe version on sale. They have like they have a statue of Titus pulling up like a Hormigaunt, and it's like ripped in half, and he's like, he's got it by the throat, and he's got his chain sword in the other hand, and he's, you know, fucking it up to the tempo. Hi, babies. Hi, puppies.
Nice.
What do? How be? Man, they're so excited to see you.
They are.
Like, oh yeah, you're here.
I like forgot and remembered.
Oh, yeah, we get to say
We're
hi.
excited to see
We
you.
can get some pets.
Good boy, Paul.
Those are my toesies. Do not walk through here, you chunky bitch. Do it. Do it to yourself. Sure, your camera's still straight up. It is. I think I need to take a 5-minute break. I need some water and some soda. Snackums. That wasn't the intention, but we can. I have Dr. Pepper downstairs.
Well then, displeased.
Pathetic. Got a base coat of yellow on all these.
Nice.
It's coming out a little spot. I want to say it's the primer, but I don't know. I don't want it to be the primer because that means that I have to go buy another can of it, but it's so expensive.
You mean another can of the good primer? If you want, you can use my matte white right now. I can if I get the only thing I need it for at this moment is just priming the last shining spirit. That's it.
Okay, is the music still playing in Streamless? I'm gonna take.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break, you guys. For those of you who are hanging out, I appreciate you being here. You could drop a follow. We got Instagram, Twitters, we got YouTube, and Twitch. I'm mostly doing work on YouTube right now, where I do videos on how to start and do crusades, how to gather your people, and how to write narratives. So check out those videos. What else? What else have I got? And then we're going to be uploading this entire thing. So if you're just coming in and seeing it, or you want to watch the whole thing in its entirety, feel free to check it out on YouTube. I'm going to put the VOD up, if not today, in a couple days. I don't know if this is going to auto upload it. I've not ever streamed to YouTube before, so that's all new to me. What else? Yeah. And feel free to participate, ask questions, or, if we've got something factually incorrect about the lore or what's going on, pull out one of actually. Hey, good job. And feel free to participate. So, I'm gonna go stretch my legs real quick, my back and my neck, because I'm hunched over, and grab a soda. We'll be right back. Oh god. Oh. Okay. So now there's sound. My bad. Y'all can hear me now? Give it a second to catch up.
I think, oh, can they hear us? Not hear us right now?
So, we were talking about Warhammer even while we were taking a break. I'm just going to regurgitate what I said.
Yeah.
We were saying, you know, well, where do you see yourself in 5 years, Mr. Q? And I was like, popular enough to be on Henry Cavill's writing team. Boom, aim for the stars, hit the moon, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, brother.
Um,
I think his story that he's gonna do is gonna be a Primarch origin story.
no!
I think so.
No.
He has shown express interest
No.
in wanting to be a Primarch.
I know, but he shouldn't do it.
That's what he's into. Or he'll be Trajan Valoris. Dude, he loves Custodes, so that's where he would naturally land.
No.
Who do you want him to be?
I don't...
Eisenhorn?
Daddy can be whoever he wants.
Daddy can be whoever he wants. You're right.
I don't give a shit. As long as his beautiful ass isn't something. Okay. Real talk. If he wants to be a Primarch, great. More power to him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want him to make anything that isn't 40K but palatable by a wider audience.
So what in your thoughts would that be
So like he
in
can't...
terms of a story?
I don't think he can jump into something like the Horus Heresy. I don't think he should jump into something like Custodes and stuff. Like, that's just not relatable to, I think, most audiences. For Warhammer fans, go ham.
Yeah.
We know most of it, and if we don't, we're already invested.
Yeah.
As fans.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're gonna put this on like Amazon Prime or something like that, you know, you want to have a second season, you want to have a third season, it has to be something that something that normies can grasp.
Yeah.
Right? I think that if he wants to introduce Marines at some point, he should. They're the poster boys.
Yeah.
I get it. But he shouldn't start there. I don't think. That's my hot take. That's my opinion. I don't.
So I agree with you, which is why I think he should do a Primarch origin story.
No! Oh, okay.
So I think
Like how?
chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because my knowledge on Primarchs isn't 100%. But there are Primarchs who start from the bottom of the
Now
barrel.
they're here.
And they rise up, they overcome adversity and challenges.
It could be Angron.
Angron would be a great story. I just don't see Henry Cavill as Angron.
He doesn't have to be the Primarch. He can be any Primarch. At any point.
He can be any Primarch, yeah.
Who do you see him as?
The Lion. Or,
Really?
Or Rogaldorn. With the hair, with the makeup,
Give him white hair.
have him be Perturabo.
Peter Turbo.
Peter Turbo. With the hair, I could see him as Fulgrim or Lehman Russ.
Lemon Russ.
Yeah, like from The Witcher. I'm like, oh, that, yeah, you could pull off a Lehman. But does he have acting chops for it, or is like his range? I guess that's a better way of saying it. Is his range in Lehman Russ territory? I don't know.
Play a bloodthirsty psycho lapdog of the Emperor.
But I could see him being very stoic, which is why I could see him being
Rogaldorn.
Rogaldorn
I can
or the
see
Lion. Yeah.
I don't know. Has he ever mentioned like Conrad Kurz?
Conrad
Get the
Kurz.
fuck out of here.
Conrad's Kurz. Makeup wise, I could see him Conrad's Kurz.
I mean, he could, yeah, but like, nah, though. And here's why. I don't want to yuck your yum here. I think your opinion can be as valid as
one of our
anybody else's.
friends loves Night Lords and
Oh,
Contractor.
so much.
So much.
I just don't see him doing it. I don't see him playing off Bloodthirsty Crazy.
No, I don't either.
At all.
No.
Like, I just don't see him pulling it off. But at the same time, maybe he could. But I always see him playing stoic, strong. Stoic and strong.
So here's what they do. They do a Space Marine story. They do Titus. They just do the plot from Space Marine, the video game. And the rest of, like, the relatable parts that you need is carried by the rest of the cast.
I could get behind.
Imperial Guardsmen, all that.
And being one of three Marines.
And then it's like when Titus shows up, it's like, oh fuck, shit's about to go down. Kind of like a reverse Homelander effect. Because when Homelander, like, I don't know if you have ever watched The Boys, but Homelander, who is the essentially evil Superman of the show, whenever he's on screen, it becomes really, really tense because he's a man who has the power to do anything he wants and get away with it.
And has shown he's willing to do it.
And he's unstable enough, and he's shown that he's capable of doing such things. So, you know, it could be a reverse effect for Titus, where it's like, he's here, it's like, oh god, the poor bad guys. They don't stand a chance right now.
Oh man,
no.
he's about to pull some Doom guy shit.
Yeah.
On a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He does always play good guys. So that's why, like, I don't want to typecast him. If he thinks he can play Conrad Kurz,
I think the only time he's played a bad guy was in that Mission Impossible movie. But even then, it was still he's playing Henry Cavill. You know, like he's playing his normal character.
Stoic, calm,
handsome, calm. Yeah.
I don't know if handsome's something you play up, but he is.
Dude, he's
as I've said, very.
Yeah.
Henry Daddy could be anybody he wants. You know what I want? I want like what was that movie? 1917?
Uh-huh.
I want 1917 meets Warhammer. Okay?
Oh, that would be a great format.
That'd be fantastic. I don't care who the enemy is. It could be Chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the obvious boring choice, but I understand it. I think that's who it'll be. But it could be anybody. It could be orcs. It could be Nids. It could be, like, you know, follows a guardsman literally through... What the fuck does a guardsman go through in a 48-hour, 72-hour period? It's gonna be a lot, and it's gonna be a lot like that. It's gonna suck.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna suck, and I think that would be a beautiful way of getting to show so many different aspects of Warhammer and the lore and the wars they fight in glimpses without overstaying their welcome.
Yeah.
So, one of the scenes could be, he shows up, he's helping a Space Marine take out some enemies. You actually get to see, holy shit, Space Marines are insane. And he's like, cool, we did this. We're going to move on with our mission now because we still have to go do X mission or something. I think that would be that'd be a very, sorry. I think that would be like a very palatable thing for people who aren't aware of Warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I don't know. That's my hot take.
I'd like there to be scenes that aren't necessarily relevant to the plot, but sort of give like a more view, like opening a window into the 40K universe, like it's a shot of an astropath, piloting a ship and losing his mind. And, like, you as a viewer, you're like, what did we just see right there?
But as a fan, you're like
oh!
He just lost his fucking mind.
Yeah,
They just fried him. We need a new one. Pull him up from the brigs.
Like, it's the ship pulling in from the warp, and it goes to a cut of the astropath, losing his mind. You're like, what? And then it's just back to Henry Cavill doing whatever he was doing.
Yeah.
I would love to see little clips like that.
Little nods, but they're story relevant.
Yeah,
right? It's like, this is how this actually works.
Like, it would make sense for this, like, to be in there.
Yeah.
At that moment. Is it 100% necessary to the plot? Nah. But it would be cool.
Is it necessary that I drink my own urine? No, but it's sterile and I like the taste.
Actually, yeah, that's another good like 40K like movie or short or episodic like type deal. TV show. I don't know why I was trying
Elevator
to like
pitch. Expendables meets 2010 Predator, Catachin Jungle Fighters. Dude, that'd be dope. That'd be really dope.
Yeah.
I think I'm just as a fan, I'm just so scared of him doing something that's too safe. As a viewer, like as a general viewer, I get it.
Yeah.
But as someone who's a fan, I'm like, man, I am so fucking tired of chaos. I'm so tired of chaos. But I get why they can't do Tau. I get it.
Yeah.
Like Tau is literally alien. Like it's just people are gonna be like, this is a weird ass sci-fi. But then you put something like metal as hell, chaos cultists and demons and stuff, and people are gonna be like, no, I get that though. Like,
yeah.
there's a book about that shit. It's called the Bible.
Yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think people
agree.
would.
I think people would understand that and see it being more familiar first. I could see orcs being in there too.
Orcs should be.
Orcs would be like a good episode 1 villain where it's like, we're just finishing them off. Now here's chaos.
These are just one of the enemies we have to deal with, and they're huge and they're scary, and they have to deal with them regularly.
Yeah.
But now that they're done, we have to move on somewhere else because the threat is never ending for the Imperium.
Yeah.
So it's like, maybe they pick up a whole bunch of Imperial Guardsmen and Space Marines, and they're like, all right, new battlefield, who dis?
Yeah, I hope they do a good job of like the scale at least. 40K.
Yeah, I do too.
I like to see a planet blown up.
I think Exterminatus has to happen once.
That's happened once.
It has to happen once. I want to see it.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I would love to see the variant Exterminatus. Like,
oh yeah,
virus bombs instead of just the fucking nuke coming down and blowing up the planet.
Yeah.
Not a core cracker.
There's that one bomb that literally just incinerates the entire planet.
Exactly.
That would be cool to see. Also, I'd like to see like other races' version of that. Like, it would be cool to see like a Tyranid fleet just encompassing the entire planet. You just see nothing but like a swarm
like
surrounding the planet. And then you see like a ship just with Titus or Henry Cavill in it. Just looking at it like
Henry Daddy
in it. Just, there's nothing we could do. And he would be right. You can't do anything against that.
Yo, I'm channeling my inner Cryptman. Let's waste that planet. That's gone.
It's gotta go.
It's gotta go, guys. It's not okay. It is not alright. But I'm excited, okay? Someone who can't help himself talking about Warhammer when he's on the job of other movies and other sets. He's like, man, that looks like a black starship. Oh,
you said it looked like a Blackstone Fortress. And
yeah.
I agreed. I was like, yeah, that looks like.
No, you're right though. But like, he's in the middle of an interview and he's like, shh.
He's like, I haven't been able to share this with anyone.
Look at that. It just catches me off guard. It's a Blackstone Fortress.
Henry Cavill, if you're watching this, and I was working on that set, I too would have thought.
I too would have thought that. That's a fact.
That is a fact.
Hashtag facts.
What if he got to keep it?
I don't know, man.
Because you know how these actors do, stealing these props and stuff.
I don't want to shit on Henry Cavill because I don't think he deserves it. But like, people were like, man, he quit The Witcher, and he was like, I'm gonna be Superman, and then he got fired, and everybody's like, oh no, man, that sucks. It's like, dude, he's an actor, okay? This shit is he's got millions. He's gonna be fine.
He's gonna be fine.
He's fine. It's not like you're going from like your $40,000 job to your $50,000 job, and then all of a sudden that proposition gets taken from you. How am I gonna pay my bills?
I think a lot of people would feel the same way.
Like,
it's like, you'll be alright.
You'll be fine, dude.
You're doing a...
But then he was like, you know what? Exactly. Now he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do Warhammer because the guys at GW loved me. And I have the
Dude,
star
they
power to
did.
do it.
Dude, I bet the whole operation stopped when he showed up to Warhammer World. They're like,
Yeah.
all right, get Duncan out here, get Peachy out here, get all the boys. We need to do the best tour possible. Everyone out. No one's allowed playing Warhammer right now. You're all out.
We need a cup holder. What's that? Someone who's going to carry his gigantic balls to the studio.
Oh my God.
We need one of them too.
Stupid.
We need a fluffer just in case he's ready.
Mhm.
We need, and we're gonna give him a personal tour. Someone get the Pelican.
We're gonna put the
carry
work
him.
in. We're gonna put the work in workshop today, boys.
We're putting in overtime.
Y'all are. But I'm happy.
Dude, and you know what? Everyone was like, "Yes, sir." They didn't.
They're like, oh, for Henry Cavill, of course, naturally. Who else?
"Who else?"
I'm sure Duncan was like, man, no one did that for me. It's like, yeah, dude, but like,
Yeah.
have you seen him? Like, look at him. He's Henry Cavill. He's Superman. I don't know. Hot takes.
Hot takes.
Hot takes, my guys. Hot takes. Did someone say long war?
Yeah, I think I've gotten as far as I possibly could with painting. At least this model. So now I gotta start working on the next model.
You gotta set up for the next one.
Yep. Alright, Shining Spear number 3. Always do Warhammer with the instruction. Especially nowadays.
Dude.
Back in the day, you could get away with it.
It's like, I don't know, I put a fucking arm on that side.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a left arm on the right side? Whatever.
They all look like they go. It's all the same right arm. It's all the same left arm.
Do you feel like the models have gotten more static?
Yes. However, I believe the number of options has increased, so it kind of like it kind of like hides behind that. So while the models look static and less customizable, the fact that there's so many different options for that arm or for that head kind of make up for it in terms of that. I know.
You
But-
what?
But I want both.
Yeah. I don't know, man. You got both in fantasy, and building those models sucked. I don't know. Maybe that was
I
just
didn't
an
like
experience,
I didn't
but
like building the fantasy models.
I didn't like building them either. They were
well,
dude, they had so many small pieces that I was like, okay, now you got to glue on the arrow. What is it? The
quiver.
The quiver. Thank you. You got to glue on the quiver, but then you got to glue on the sword, and then you got to glue on the hands with the weapon on top of the arm. The arm has to be glued onto the torso.
It was just so much.
God. Dude.
I think my biggest gripe with fantasy, I love fantasy. I love my Tomb Kings, and I'm still sad that they're not in Age of Sigmar. But my biggest gripe was that whenever you built them, you had to build them in a way where you can rank and file them.
Oh yeah, and if you fuck it up, then you're knocking models over every time you lose something.
Or they just wouldn't fit together. And that got really annoying.
It became tedious.
Yeah.
It didn't matter what army you were playing. You were pretty much playing like a horde army. It was just like, gotta move so many models. And if you didn't have a tray holder. But if you had a tray holder...
Oh yeah, a
know.
tray holder's fine.
The
Yeah,
tray-
but if you didn't, you're right. There's
Like, oh my god, dude, just...
I hope they address that when they come out with the new fantasy.
What do you think? You think it's gonna be 28 millimeter? Do you think they're gonna do like an epic scale with it?
I don't think they'll do. I would love it if they did an epic scale. I would love if they did epic scale of that and 40K or anything. Even Lord of the Rings. I would be more interested in playing Lord of the Rings if it was like all on epic scale.
Really?
Yes.
What? Why? What?
Because it's just.
No one asked you. No one asked you, girl.
I see what you're saying. You're right. Big epic battles in the Lord of the Rings. She's right. But I like the idea of having massive epic battles. Um,
I do too.
just like 40K can be really big epic battle, but in epic scale, you can really bring that grandiose. You can be like, oh, I'm gonna bring a Titan, and that model's like that big.
Yeah.
It's not out of place, you know. You can play what is the equivalent of like a 10,000 point game in an epic scale.
But
And
then it also doesn't have the same rules, bloat, and slow down that
Yeah.
that if you want to play 10,000 points of 40K 28mm,
It's like
you're
that's a
not doing
weekend
that.
thing.
Dude,
At least.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Dude,
Yeah.
I'll be so burnt out of Warhammer. I'm like, all right, I'm good for half the year.
I did I know. I did one Apocalypse game thing, and this was maybe when I was like 19 or 20, back in the day. And
This had to have been 5th or 6th edition.
yeah, and it was the type of thing where it was like 20 people brought 1,000 points.
It was a lock-in, right?
It was sort of a free for all. Yeah, it was a lock in, but it took all night. It was like well over 13 hours. And I remember never wanting to do that again.
Dude, that's too
It
long.
was just too long.
That's too long, my guy.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Although I'll say this, I haven't played Apocalypse with the new Apocalypse
It looks good.
rules,
It looks good.
but it seemed like it's more cohesive, and it seems like it's a lot better.
They sped it up. So they did a thing where basically, if I'm remembering, you what was it? There's some alternating activation to it, but so what they do is they get massive bases, right? Because they sold them for outrageous prices. Right?
Uh-huh.
They were like $40, and you could put 5 guys on them.
Oh
and you
yeah,
just move
those.
that.
You could just move those. The other thing was that you instead of moving like my turn, your turn, you do detachment by detachment. So I would move a detachment, then you would move a detachment, and then I would.
And then you do all your shooting and saving, and then you put what are called blast markers next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after everybody's done their movement, their psychic, their shooting, their close combat, you then remove everything at the end of the turn.
Oh, I wish they did that now. In regular
See,
40K?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
No?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. But that gets into an interesting question. Time Guy's asking, thoughts on the Arcs of Omen, and what would you like to see in 10th edition Crusade? We talked about Arcs of Omen a little bit earlier, and honestly, we're pretty excited about it. We're going to be working that into our next Crusade.
I think the new detachment is a great idea. As their Warcom article says, it allows for like more fluffy lists. It also allows for like newer list combination, so it'll definitely spice up the meta. Not to say that we're like meta players or meta chasers, but it's nice to keep track of it, see like what's going on.
Definitely makes reading shit online fun again. Like, oh my god, they're complaining about the same thing.
Yeah. I'm excited for that. I'm also excited for the boarding actions. I think that's a smart move by GW in terms of like sales and just business strategy, because it incentivizes making smaller armies, and it makes people want to buy more armies than what they have.
The terrain.
Oh,
You buy a single box of terrain, and guess what? You have everything you need to play.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't
for
even
Arcs
consider
of
that.
Omen.
Yeah.
And then it's like starting a Warhammer army, right? They're trying to get you hooked. So they sell you something that's small and manageable and easy enough to get into Warhammer. Maybe some different rules, but overall accessible.
Yeah.
And then they make it accessible to get into, terrain, and then you just want to keep buying, or maybe add to your collection.
Yeah.
And it allows more people who are. I'm gonna guess we didn't play at a game store for a very long time because we had everything we needed to play at home, and we would just have everybody come over and we would pull out,
we just pull out what we
a
had.
bunch of, folding tables, a couple of mats, and then we put out the terrain that we had, and then we would play. And I think that's way more accessible for people to get into the hobby before going to a game store where you're gonna have the meta, you're gonna have tournaments, you're gonna have
100%.
and people have to get out of their comfort zone a little bit when they start matching up against people that they're unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
And I think that's a fantastic idea. Splitting 210 between friends is easy peasy. Then your friends get their own armies. GGGW. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. 210 for the train. Exactly. It's perfect. It's, and then you can take that and you can just put it into any other game you play. It's just walls at that point, or broken structures.
Yeah,
It's
D&D
perfect.
or something.
The one of the truest sayings is that wargamers simultaneously hate the meta but hate change too. And I'm guilty of that. I saw the detachments list and I'm like, I don't think that's it, fam.
Really?
Yeah?
Are you talking about the Arcs of Omen detachment or the boarding action detachment?
Arcs of Omen detachment, where it's like pretty much just bring whatever you want.
Yeah.
Within
Really?
almost no limit. Yeah, I was like, that's to me it feels like open play at that point. But at the same time, I understand that detachments can be very limiting and very finicky.
Oh yeah.
So I think there's something that can be done in between, because we've seen them have issues where, because of detachments in 8th edition, you had army soup, which if you don't know what army soup is, it's basically mixing so many different fragments of different armies to make a list. So, you'd have your chaos with your chaos demons, and then you'd also have your chaos titans in there. And it's just one big soup. And you can make really, really, really busted lists that way. And that's outside of Crusade. That's just gameplay in general.
Mm-hmm.
But then in 9th edition, they really limited soup, which I think the game is better for.
Mm-hmm.
You can still bring detachments if you so choose. But
like multiple detachments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's so many different detachment types that, if you're a new player, it's just another thing to learn.
That was a whole another thing I was gonna say. It's like it's so easy to just make a list. You're gonna spend very little time on like understanding detachments. It's a good thing, because there's already so many rules before you even start the game. You want to get people to jump in. You want to get people having fun quicker, and the quicker they're having fun, the more they're gonna buy from you.
And so, I don't think for what it's worth, I don't think that's Games Workshop making a mistake. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think that when we go into 10th, there needs to be a medium between the, or go back to the original, the OG is called a Force Organization Chart, FOC. And basically it was, you can bring, you must always bring 1 HQ, 2 troop. And then you can bring up to a total of 6 troop, 3 elite, 3 heavy, 3 fast. Am I forgetting anything else?
It's just 3 of each squad.
Basically 3 of everything else. And it made it really cut and dry and very simple. Some armies really benefit from having more or less of things. I don't see that really being a thing in 9th edition.
I think if they just got rid of the CP costs, it would all be fine. The problem with people bringing like Vanguard detachments or Spearhead detachments is they got to pay the CP cost, as opposed to like Patrol detachment or Battalion, where
if your Warlord's in there,
if your Warlord, you get it refunded. Yeah. Whereas in like Vanguard or Spearhead, even if your Warlord is part of that detachment, you don't get refunded. So I think if they just made refunds for it, I think it would solve that problem. I don't know.
Well, see, and that's the thing, though. I think they're trying to avoid, because
with this,
when you do those detachments, that basically means that you can still just bring basically whatever you want, as long as you pay the CP, or don't pay the CP. In this case, you get a refund, right? So then you can still bring you can still bring potentially, I'm gonna be, extra here on this, but you could bring like 8 heavies, right?
Yeah,
in theory. Right.
But you would be limited in like if you brought that Spearhead detachment, you'd be limited in like your fast attack choices.
Well, see, and I think that's the thing, though. They're trying to remove those.
For Arcs of Omen, yeah.
And I also think that what they're doing right now is... I think in GW fashion, again, I think they're throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I think they're testing out a lot of things for 10th edition. And I think we always see that every once in a while. Throughout... Shit. Our Anthony Cam.
No.
Bobby. Handsome as ever. All right. So I think they're throwing out through an edition like 9th edition. They constantly throw out new types of rules into codexes to see how it works, how it ends up functioning in practice. There was, for example, a stratagem that the Votann have, and I'm like, I've never seen an army who has something like that. And I was like, that would be a really cool, like, they have stratagems that are like reactions in Horus Heresy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like if someone decides to shoot at you, you have to use this in the shooting phase, but it's for.
It's like this is just a cool mechanic.
Phase.
It's just a cool mechanic that should just be part of the game rather than exclusive.
It feels like that, and I'm like, I think this is going to end up becoming some kind of reactionary system in 10th edition, and we've talked about it at length. We've always wish listed for 10th edition and what we want to see. And I personally think that Warhammer would do better with limited stratagems.
We've talked about this.
And
I have thoughts.
And a reactionary system like Horus Heresy, where armies will get specific reactionary abilities, and not like stratagems. You're not getting 30 of them. There's like 6 main ones everyone can use, and you get 2 based on the army you play. That's it. That's the end of it, because I think Warhammer needs to move to a more reactionary system instead of your opponent goes for the next 30 minutes and I sit there waiting for 30 minutes waiting to do anything. I personally, I don't hate Warhammer for it. That is just something that I feel has become outdated, and with the amount of rules bloat, it's really bogged down games. I want to participate more in my turn.
Yeah.
So give me something that I can do.
I think stratagems. I think based on the size of the game, you should be allowed to bring a number of your factions stratagems. The core one should just all be always a given. But like, let's say you're doing a patrol, right? You should be allowed to choose like 6 stratagems or something like that from your rulebook, and those are the stratagems you're using for the game. That because a lot of times when you're playing a new army, and
it's too much.
You have no you don't know what you're not gonna know all the rules.
It's too much.
Yeah,
I can't bring, dude. Being an experienced player, okay. Being an experienced player, like, I can't imagine for you when you go back to playing Eldar, because that's what you're working on, you're going to have to learn so many new stratagems after playing AdMech for the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot.
It is.
And for someone like me who's an army jumping horror, I'm jumping armies. I don't remember. I played Tau for our Crusade for 4 or 5 months, and those stratagems are just already gone. I'm like, I have a vague remembrance of like things they could do.
I'm kind of the same way with AdMech, but there's like a solid like 5 or 6. I'm like, I'm always using these, so I don't think I could forget these, because it's like, oh, these are the main ones. Which again, I think like should be how it is. Not like there's only 5 or 6 effective ones, but like whenever you're playing, it should be like, oh, you're playing an incursion. Bring 8 stratagems. That's all you can bring.
It's like CP. right? So you only get so many depending on the size of the game you're playing.
Yeah.
You're playing a 50 power level game, you get 4 stratagems. You're playing a 75 power level game, you get 6 stratagems. And this is actually something that we've discussed for our next Crusade in doing, because 1, it bogs everybody down, but 2, it would be another what's the resource that you use? It's the army requisition.
Oh, RP.
Requisition
RP,
points.
yeah.
So you'd use requisition points to add more stratagems to your army.
Yeah, because we kind of
As
found
you're
that no
playing.
one was really using requisition points.
It hit a wall for sure. You know, you get certain things, but I also think it's partially to do with bookkeeping.
That too.
Like, until you get down bookkeeping, you know, it can be more of a slog to bookkeep this than something like D&D, and D&D is all bookkeeping.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we're gonna need to come up with an effective method of doing that.
They need to have like a flow chart or something, you know.
Yeah.
Easy to follow, easy to do, and something that's a little bit more effective. You know, one of the things that we noticed in Crusade that I hope that maybe they change in 10th a little bit is for us, half the fun was actually when our units actually got some kind of drawback, right? So they'd get like, they have to charge every time an enemy gets within 12 inches of them. That was on one of my broadsides. That sucks. So funny. And narratively, it's interesting because he's like panicking.
Oh,
He's like,
yeah.
oh shit, I gotta get in there, man. Shooting's out the door, man. It's all fisticuffs. And it's like it's really not.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it gives my models and minis and my army character for a Crusade, which is kind of the point of playing, anyways. And so, in the Pariah Nexus book, I think they did a really good job with those drawbacks being flavorful and interesting. Whereas the ones that are just in the rule book are kind of generic.
They're generic, yeah.
And strictly negative.
I think I forgot what the title of the book, but it's the one where you're either you choose 2 paths, and one is basically down the path of a corrupted machine spirit or down the path of like a corrupted psyker.
Mm-hmm.
Amidst the ashes. That supposedly is where the best Crusade missions in terms of like flavor and fun and all that.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's the one I'm saying I think we should give a shot.
We should use.
Yeah.
I think Pariah Nexus probably, though, unfortunately as it may be, was probably the best Crusade book that they had put out if you have more than just like very specific faction.
Oh, I agree. I think you can play this even if you have, non-chaos and non-Imperium factions.
Yeah. The problem that we saw with a lot of the books was that they were so heavily flavored for like very specific factions that it was like, okay, cool. So where does my belief in the God Emperor as a Tyranid matter? You know, like
we just want more generic books.
They need them to be more well rounded,
more generic and less gimmicky, because they have that that Planet Strike one, which like Planet Strike is cool and all, but it's just more rules.
I think it wouldn't be bad if the rules overall, Warhammer in general, just wasn't such. To remember everything.
That too.
And they need to start putting reference sheets in everything that they do. They need to.
Yeah, they do.
They need to.
Yeah, actually, a reference sheet for like all the Crusades books would be good. Kind of like how they do with the rulebook.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Like that it's a must. It has to happen. If you're gonna play this game, which we all agree is going to have a certain level of complexity because you're playing a war game, you need to have that that verisimilitude.
Verisimilitude, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have that verisimilitude to make it feel like a war game, right? But at the same time, it has to have a certain level of, I don't want to say streamline because that paints an image of it being too simple and everybody's the same. but there has to be a certain amount of expectation of what you're getting into when you play a game. And every time I have to look up a rule, it slows the game down.
Yeah,
You know?
that it does.
And that sucks. And it pulls you out of the fun in the game, which is already a problem when you're having to wait 30 minutes for your opponent to finish.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when it comes to these rules in 10th edition, my biggest hopes are that they do that. I think those are the most likely things that they will do. That's not even me wish listing. That's like, GW, you gotta do this.
It's like, you gotta do this, man.
This has to
At this
happen.
point.
This needs to happen, or you're gonna drive people off.
You know, it's interesting. I remember back in 8th edition, their reasoning for data slates, like getting rid of all universal special rules, was like, oh, all of your rules are gonna be on the data slate or the data sheet rather, for your unit. And while in the beginning that was okay, it's just there's so many rules now that
Everybody's got their own version of the same thing.
their data slate is just it's just so bloated that you might as well just go back to
USR.
using universal rules, because one person's like hide in the sky or deploy in the warp is it's everyone else's deep strike. It's everyone else,
Which isn't a term anymore.
It's not. No.
Which is a term that we end up using. We end up using with players who just came in at 8th edition, and they're like, what the fuck's deep strike? What's
feel no pain?
What's feel no pain? What's I don't know. What are some other terms we use? Things that still come up that are basically those rules without being those rules.
Yeah.
And they might as well just go back to them. And I personally think they can still do the thing where it's like, oh, your unit does the same thing, just a little different. Just call it that so people have an understanding of what they should expect. So it's like, what was one? Fleet of Foot, right?
Yeah.
So it was like Fleet of Foot meant that whenever you moved, you got...
Fleet of Foot was advancing before advancing.
Yeah, and only certain armies got it. Okay? So, let's say everybody gets Fleet of Foot or advancing. Eldar get a specialized version of that where it says Fleet of Foot Eldar, bracket Eldar, and it says something like, Eldar can add +1 to whatever their dice roll is.
Mm-hmm.
It's still Fleet of Foot. I still understand that Eldar have Fleet of Foot.
But plus this.
But they're also special because they're Eldar. Slow but steady was another one where big units or slow units, things that were cumbersome, like Death Guard. Death Guard had
Was
it.
that slow but steady?
Slow but steady meant that you had to roll to move, but it didn't affect your shooting. I
Yeah.
can't believe I fucking remember that.
Yeah.
That would be a great rule for Votan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead, I have you can't advance. You just add 3 inches to your movement and shoot like normal.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having Hunter as a type of weapon. What does Hunter mean? For the longest time, I had no idea what Hunter meant.
I think it just means just basic, generic. I don't know. Because it seemed like it was something like, oh, okay, but it just means that you can move and shoot, and that's it. Like you're not rapid fire.
For slow and steady?
No, Hunter one.
Hunter just means that you can move and shoot as long as you didn't run.
Yeah, it's like rapid fire weapons without the rapid fire bonus.
Yeah, exactly. Heading to work now. Great stream. Thank you for answering the questions. Look forward to more videos. I'll catch y'all later. Have a great daytime.
Thanks for stopping by, dude.
Thanks for hanging out, stopping by, asking questions. Good luck with your new boss. And this should be up on YouTube, if not today, in a couple days. So if there's anything you miss, you can always catch up on it later. Universal special rules. As much as I hated them, they just got to come back. And they can make as many of them as they want. I just need to be able to know what I need the titles. Give me the titles. Fleet of Foot, Fleet of Claw, Fleet of whatever.
Fleet of whatever, man.
Fleet of whatever. Put it in the book so I can look up oh, hey, a lot of Eldar units, I know I'm using Eldar because you're using them, you're building them, but it's like a lot of Eldar units have fleet of foot that's just a little modified. Cool, whoa, what is basic fleet of foot? Oh, they're a lot faster. They roll to move extra distances. Oh, okay, so that gives me this idea that Eldar armies in general are just higher mobility, faster speeds. And then they get a modification to that because they're Eldar. Cool, I have an understanding based off of that keyword alone. In GW, sorry, but they gotta go back to it. I didn't want them to.
I have a question. How would you feel about a You Go, I Go activation?
I think you know how I feel about that.
About for each phase.
I think you know how I feel about that.
I do know how you feel about it. That's why I asked.
I want a You Go, I Go, like alternating activations. I want that more than anything else in the world.
That'd be great.
I want it more than anything else in the world, and it's never gonna happen because that, I don't know. It's just too much change for GW. I think it's, for some reason, GW gets stuck in their ways, like you know, an old man. They're just like, that's how we've always done things, but we'll change a few things.
Kinda,
It's
yeah.
like, why?
Like,
Why?
just this one thing, guys. That's all I want.
Dude,
Just this one thing.
let's shake it up, man. You want to shake it up? That's how you shake it up. Ground up, you know, come out with indexes. We got time. It's not like you're going to put out all the codexes this year anyways.
Yeah.
And then, you know, put them out. And
They don't have. They shouldn't have any excuse not to be able to pump out codexes anymore. Now that Rona.
yeah, we ain't dealing with
over.
Rona anymore. Let's go.
You know,
Time. Go. Chop, chop.
there's no shipping delays right now. There's no
And
fucking ports or whatever.
yeah,
Whatever that shit problem was.
the evergreen.
The Evergreen.
Fucking blocking up the canal.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Panama come out,
Panama Canal OS.
right? What else? I would love alternating activations. I don't think they're gonna do it, at least for. If they did, I would be surprised, and happily so. I think it would give more. I think it would be way more exciting to play. Like, I already love Warhammer, but I think that would just be better.
I think so too.
The game would feel more alive. It would feel like.
There are more options in your turn.
Yeah. Using War Machine as an example, you know, there were times where it's like, if I do this now and I activate and do everything with him, what am I going to do with this piece?
Yeah.
And how am I going to activate this and be done with it?
Then you have to worry about the order that your opponent's going to activate their stuff in.
And if you fuck up your own order, you know, you messed up.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Could have missed out on a wombo combo or something.
Exactly. Or now you've set up your opponent for a wombo combo.
Yeah.
Now you got to deal with it. And there were more tactical options when you have to trade activations, like,
Yeah.
you know, you have to be careful about what you're doing. Positioning matters so much more.
Mm-hmm.
You know, positioning is, I don't know if this is clear or not, but positioning is very important in war. You know, you always want to get the best advantage you can in a battlefield situation, and that never has happened by saying, okay, go ahead and move your entire army, and then we'll just react to it.
Yeah.
Like, that's not how that works.
Yeah. Was 40k ever in that way, where it was I go you go activation? We never did third, second, or first.
So there's really, the way I've come to look at it is there's only ever really been three real editions of 40k.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you had Rogue Trader, first, second edition, and then it completely changed to the game you remember from third to seventh. Now there are changes every year.
When we went to third edition.
When we went to a third edition, was a big shakeup.
That was basically the birth of modern 40k as we see.
Close, yeah.
Would that be accurate in saying
Yes, yeah. So back then they would use like D8s, D10s, D20s. Like they like
Wow.
it was nuts.
Wow. I wonder what made them go through such a radical change.
Well, I think it's kind of like what we're saying, you know, simplification. You know, back then you actually had to count when you wanted to move a vehicle or pivot a vehicle, you had to reverse a vehicle and then move a vehicle.
Oh, that's silly.
So you know, you're facing this way,
yeah,
and you want your Land Raider to face this way, you had to go, that's 3 inches, that's 3 inches.
Oh.
That's my 6-inch movement.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
And I'm glad that's not that's not how specific I ever wanted to make Warhammer.
Yeah.
You know, that's not the tactical verisimilitude that I'm talking about here. That's just a pain in the ass, and I think they realized that. Then pretty much you had everything that was 3rd edition to 7th edition with minor changes, rules bloat here and there, give and take, make close combat more effective, make shooting more effective, make cover more effective, fucking throw it all out, add it all back in. 8th edition. They're like, all right, we don't know what we're doing anymore. Let's make 8th edition. They made 8th edition, and it was a shake-up to how the game was played. Stratagems, brand new. Bing... What else? CP, brand new. Detachments, brand new. Well, they did detachments in 6th and 7th, but they were terrible.
They were terrible, yeah.
They were terrible.
It was more rules bloat.
More rules bloat.
Because instead of just being like, this is a fast attack detachment, or this is a heavy support detachment, this is an aspect shrine detachment, and it comes with these rules.
And this specific set of units that you have to now remember are very different from your normal detachment of units.
Yeah.
Not unlike today, but very different. And they can't take these units, and they have to play this way. Which was fine, because it made things interesting
it was thematic.
And very thematic. But at the same time, it was more rules bloat in a game that has issues with rules bloat.
Yeah.
And so that really, it was too much. And 7th edition, I think, saw a huge exodus of 40K players, and War Machine picked up a lot. Like a lot.
I do remember that War Machine was popping off at the store around that time.
Yeah. It was popping off everywhere because people were tired of Warhammer.
Yeah.
GW pulling their, copyright infringement. We're going to shut everything down.
Yeah.
Zero communication with the community. Zero. None. Nada. There was no social media. There was no, what do you think about this game? There was no beta testers. There was nobody and nothing. They had no social media.
Yeah.
Social media was taking off. They had none. They had closed down their forums. They had no forums. They had no PR. They had no outreach. Like, it was
terrible.
A dark age in 40K. Dark age in GW. Sucked. Sucked so bad. I think the only thing that was good about that era was that occasionally they would do really, really good bundles.
Yeah,
they do Apocalypse bundle deals. They're like, yo, get into Apocalypse. I'm like, fuck that, but I'll play for 40K. You get like 6 Basilisks and then 2 Chimeras for like $150.
Like, damn, okay.
Jeez, all right, G-dubs, take my money, I guess. So that was crazy. It was so crazy. Yeah, I think that was probably the highlight of that edition. Those editions.
Yeah.
What else? What I really want. What I really, really, really want.
What I
really want. What I really, really want.
You really want?
Tell you what I want. Is that I want Warhammer. This is wish listing. This isn't what I think they're gonna do.
Yeah.
This isn't what I'm like, you have to do this or your game's gonna fucking fall apart with a bloat.
Yeah.
I want them to move to like a D10. I want them to move on. I want them to move to a D10 system.
I think a D10 It had more granularity with like each faction's identity.
Yep.
Um,
Everybody's shooting like a guardsman. Are you kidding me? Everything shoots at a ballistic skill 4? Really? What's the difference between my Tau and your guardsman? My Tau are supposed to be super advanced aliens.
yeah, I think I'm in that camp. I'm ready to go to the D10s.
You know, their excuse used to be like, you know, everybody's got D6s laying around their house. They got them in, you know, they got them in other board games and stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, this is a golden age of gaming.
It is.
Everybody's got dice. Everybody's got a variation. Almost everybody you know has touched, seen, or played D&D. Everybody's used to get to dice now.
But now everyone's
Move
got
on
to
to
roll
them.
like 60 D10s at you. Ready for 60 D10s?
Yeah, what the fuck's the difference? Fuck yeah, I'm ready, let's go. I'm ready to smoke that shit. I'm done. I'm done with D6. Let's move on to D10. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if you're good at shooting, but you're not a Marine,
Yeah.
you shoot on 4s. If you're a Marine, you shoot on 3s.
Uh-huh.
If you're Tau, you could shoot on 3s, but, you know, still hit on whatever's applicable now.
Yeah.
You know, there's a point of difference that can make your army feel one step better than this, but not as good as this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, are they shooting like Custodes? No, and they shouldn't be. Are they shooting like Marines? Sure, they're hyper advanced aliens with great targeting systems. Are their guns powerful? Of course they are. Great, so it makes them feel good. But they shouldn't be shooting like a goddamn guardsman. Why are they shooting like a guardsman?
They shouldn't be shooting like a guardsman.
Guardsmen aren't hyper advanced, you know, soldier to soldier.
Mm-hmm.
You know, their systems, their systemic ability is powerful, yes, but
Yeah.
a guardsman is not running around with their head enclosed with a heads-up display.
No, they're not. You're
They're
right.
not. You know?
Yeah, D10 would be really nice. I think what is the current like Marines have a 66% chance of success. So you have to translate that to a D10, which means they're hitting on 6-ups or 7-ups. One of those.
Mm-hmm.
So tower hitting on 6s, Marines are on 7s, guards are on 5s.
There you go.
There you go.
It's already feeling better. GW will take our check now. You know? I will, you know, you can deposit it if you need to, or I can send you my PayPal.
Yeah, send them.
Just, you know, make sure to make that out to Q for Crusade.
I think
I want people to know who I am.
I think a D10 would be great.
I think that's the way they need to go. You know, now your tanks can feel like tanks again.
True. Although I'll say this, I don't miss the armor system.
I know. I'm gonna say,
Do you miss it? Is this where we differ?
is it rose tinted glasses? Maybe.
I just cause you get shaken and now your tank can't do anything for that entire turn.
Yeah, that always felt bad. And I don't want feels bad moments. So
No.
I'll say this. I think I miss certain principles,
Uh-huh.
but I don't want it back. No. I think
On paper it seems like a good idea, but
it made your tank feel like a tank, but then there was also this level of randomness to it that was like,
yeah,
you know,
it led to a lot of feels bad moments.
like, oh, cool, you lost your main gun on there, you know. I don't know.
You could
I
lose
guess
your
I
main
don't.
gun. You remember you could be stunned and now you're not moving.
You're not moving, or you
Um,
can only move half speed. There was some other bullshit. You could honestly just get a lucky shot and pop a tank.
Yeah, you could.
You'd be like,
That sucks. That's a feels bad
that
moment.
sucks. Well, but on the flip side, you know, you couldn't just pop a tank with, you know, you couldn't do that with a pistol. You had to have a high strength. Remember?
Not necessarily. let's say I'm shooting your back armor. Back armor was generally 10 back then,
Yeah.
and I'm
Man, we
strength
talking
4.
some old hammer, y'all.
I'm strength 4, so I need 6s. I hit, and then I need 6s to glance, right? I get a 6, I glance on you. Well, you can still destroy on a glancing, so long as you're not like.
I thought they changed it so we're like if you, because there's the glancing and the penetrating.
Yeah.
And on the glancing chart, if you rolled a 6, I thought it was you just destroyed a weapon. I remember if you got double immobilized, it was dead. If you destroyed all the weapons on it, I think it became immobilized, and then it was dead.
You used to be able to glance and destroy. Maybe in 6th and 7th they changed that.
I think so.
But I remember, like, in glancing, there was if you rolled a 6, you destroyed it. It just didn't explode.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't. Damn, I wonder if I still got my old rulebook somewhere. I think I do. I need to look. I need to see.
Those bad moments.
Yeah.
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 And then there was rules like lance. Whereas, like, if you're armor 12
yeah.
and above, no, you just count as armor 12.
Yep. What was the one Necrons had? It was like...
I think it was living metal. I think that was what it was called at the time.
It was like whatever your strength was, cut it in half.
I think it was that, and they had, like, just strength 14 armor. or just 14 armor.
In a time where it was like, really, dude?
Like,
what am I supposed to do against that?
Like, strength 8 was, like, the highest. The strength 8 was the highest in the land at the time.
You were the dickhead metagamer if you brought 3 monoliths back in the day.
Yeah.
It's like, just give up.
You know what
You've
everyone's
lost.
strategy was for the monolith? Just ignore it. How am I supposed to ignore that?
You can't. It's gonna kill you.
It's gonna keep
So
killing me.
Necrons used to have this rule called what was it? We'll be back
Living metal.
and
We'll leave it. I still call their rule "We'll be back."
yeah,
Yeah.
another one of those
Yeah.
USRs. Orvinsky, what's up, Orman? He's in chat.
Is that Corvinci?
Facing was good, but might be too nitty gritty for modern 40k. You know, that I miss. I miss facing.
Facing was a nice element. I'll say that.
I also understand them getting rid of it.
Yeah.
I miss it,
Miss it?
but I get it.
I get it.
I get it. Move on to a toughness system.
Yeah.
That's fine. And going back to the D10s, if you just make it a D10, sup, Doug? Sup, fam? It makes it accessible. Move to a D10, you can get that nitty gritty that GW claimed to want in 9th edition, where it's like, you know, we could have more finesse, we could be, you know, more scalpel precise with things. Instead of just making changes, which didn't really seem to anyways, but that's neither here. We're just painting and shitting on GW hour.
No, we're advising GW.
Advising. That's right. That's why we're getting paid.
It's the advising.
That's why we're
video.
getting paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do miss armor facing because it made you had to make.
Yeah,
that's what I
miss.
miss. You had to make choices.
Yeah. But the problem is that it's too It's
You
not
can't do
clear.
it now.
It's not clear cut enough.
You can't do it now.
Like you didn't.
You're arguing about facings now.
Yeah.
Like, no, I've got it on the front facing. Well, I've got it on the side facing. Judge. Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
You know,
Fine.
there's no clear like front and side armor.
Yeah. It's like, okay, measure it from the center of the hull. Oh, I'm doing my best,
What?
but I'm leaning over a 4-foot table.
Yeah. The hole. Yeah. They still use that. For flyer models. Or like for, I know for Chow tanks, Eldar tanks. Do all measurements from the hole. Well, where specifically is that again on the model? Just any point in the model or the back? Is that what you mean?
Seriously, yeah. I mean,
What do you mean?
and I get because they want to model their models uniquely.
Yeah.
They've got to. They got to have some conditions where it's like, okay, it's just easier if we do it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
the other one that I know you're not gonna like. Oh, excuse me. Templates.
No. I'm glad. I'm so glad those are gone. I hate
templates, dude.
I hate templates, dude.
And see, that's why you're wrong. See, and I have a Necromundo box behind me. It's got all 3 templates.
That's fine. It's if you keep it contained in Necromunda, it's okay.
Keep your shit over
I would
there.
even play Necromunda. They use templates because it's a smaller game. It's essentially a squad on squad battle, and you don't need to conga line your units.
Conga lining was stupid.
I don't need
But they fixed that.
But then now, like, your squad is like, everyone's like, oh, he's going to be 2 meters apart like this, and then they're like that, and then they're like that, and that just looks dumb. It looks stupid. I hate that.
What was stupid was when they did this shit.
That's stupid too. That is just as stupid to me.
That's so fucking dumb. I'm like, really? That doesn't look like a battle.
No, it doesn't.
But they fixed it. Just like if they introduced it back, because everything has to be within an inch of every other model if you're a certain size, right? But now you're blasting everything if you brought templates back.
If they if they made unit coherency an inch to where it's like that, be like, all right, fine. I would allow it back if they...
You would allow it?
If they bumped unit coherency down to an inch. But it's 2 inches, so now I'm like over here, and you're just more far away. It's silly.
You're just wrong.
Also, Flamer...
Scatter was terrible.
Flamers on Overwatch would be worse if templates were around.
Flamers on Overwatch?
Yeah.
You'd hit more models for sure.
No, you'd hit less models. Like, let's say I'm overwatching you and I'm like, maybe it depends. But let's say I'm like,
oh, because you could charge from 12 inches away and it was like only a 9-inch.
Yeah, it was only like 9 or 8 inch thing. Yeah, it's like your flamer sucks, and then you're not hitting me. Pros and cons, I guess. But yeah, don't bring templates back.
I agree with this one though. Scatter fucking sucked.
I hate.
Scatter sucked.
Scatter was stupid. They tried. The fact that I don't think Deep Strike should have ever scattered. I was okay if there was like line of sight weapons that didn't need, or weapons that didn't need line of sight scattered. That I was like, okay, that's fine. That makes sense to me. But normal blast weapon scattering is stupid. It's like they see you, man. They're right there. They're shooting high-tech weaponry at you.
Not that high-tech, dude.
No.
We're gonna scatter that shit.
At least they had some mitigation with the ballistic skill.
But you're also not talking about scattering for Deep Strike. Deep Strike basically
that was
coming
the
in
worst.
off the board where your units can basically... Deep Strike in 8th and 9th edition is basically show up within 9 inches of a unit, don't get closer. Okay?
That's
Deep Strike. And...
Oh my god, you didn't have to be... You could be, like, up in their face.
You could be up in their face. You could land on them.
It's just...
But if you landed on them, your guys died.
If you landed within an inch of them, they died. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a fucking callback.
That is a callback.
But
you couldn't charge afterwards, you Deep Strike.
Certain units could.
I'm sure
most
there were.
could not.
Yeah, most.
I
like
think
the
flavors
baked-in,
of Terminators.
The baked-in rule was like you can't charge. You can
Can't
shoot.
charge.
You can't charge.
You got to deal with where you land.
Yeah.
Land on terrain, you're dead. Land in difficult terrain, you're dead. Land on an enemy unit, believe it or not, dead.
Korvinsky is saying Deep Strike was so cool, but I remember when
someone was
they
playing
played
demons.
they
had quite a different opinion on it.
Their opinion was a little bit different.
They're like, dude, playing demons back then sucked ass.
Unless we're misremembering.
Nah, we're not.
We're not.
No, we're not.
Misremembering
No, we're not.
that.
We're not misremembering shit. No, not misremembering.
Deep Strike was a fun gamble. It was a gamble. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it was.
I'll give you that.
That was a gamble.
There was no way to like mitigate Deep Strike either. What would have been cool? It's like you can mitigate Deep Strike by like if they had a movement value at the time. God, things didn't have a movement value back. If you can mitigate Deep Strike by a movement value, like if my Warp Spiders were like movement 8 and I Deep Strike, it's like okay, you can Up to 8 inches, like, you can just cut out. But if it's, like, more than 8 inches, then they scatter. It's like, okay. I think I would be okay with a system like that. How times have changed, yeah. Deep Strike itself was fun. Okay. Demons suck, yeah. One unit deep striking was fun, Mormon. I would be okay with one thing deep striking if it had that movement stipulation I just mentioned. Otherwise, like, it sucked. It sucked.
That's why
sometimes you get lucky and like now you're even more in their face.
Like even till today, I still am like, I'm not deep striking shit. Like it's just been
Really?
ingrained in me that
Really?
I'm like, dude, I can't deep strike. Why?
No.
Because I'll. Oh wait, no,
No,
nothing will happen.
Good. And plus, you can charge after. I love deep strike now. The whole Admech army is deep strike.
Having to have the fucking scatter die. Oh shit, I lost my scatter die.
Oh.
Do you guys have a scatter die? That's just the whole rule you can't play with anymore.
We figured out that if you just take the corners of a die, and on the 1 and 6 you made those the targets, and on every other number you put a red dot in the corner. That's where the arrow was pointing. So that's how you finagle out of that situation.
Dude, deep striking stuff.
Yeah.
Scatter
in general.
And the way you had to do it is you deep strike. So they were like, okay, you take one model from your squad and you place it there.
Yeah.
That's where you're deep striking.
Mm-hmm.
If that guy landed on difficult terrain or on an enemy unit, the whole unit fucking died. It was gone.
I thought it was just you place the models down that can be placed and the other models die.
I think if it's the original one, the whole unit dies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And then if he makes it, if any other units
Those
would
are the
be
ones
placed
that die.
around him, those would be the ones that died.
Jesus.
It's brutal.
That is brutal, man. You'd think, like, in the 41st millennium, they would have had their teleporter shit. Nope.
But here we are in the 22nd. Anyways, here we are now, and I'm like, idiots can't even get teleporting right. Let me show you how to do it, nerd. The PTSD is real. It is, and yeah. That I'm like, man, but if I deep strike, I'll. There were certain armies I just felt punished for deep striking, even though it was their option. Demons, Tau. You could deep strike with your battle suits back then, but then if you get your whole, unit wiped out, that fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that. And then, of course, you don't want to be close. You're going to get shot or charged. Yeah. There's some things that are best not brought back to 9th edition. Just stuck. Excuse me.
I would rather see Deep Strike come back than templates. But with that stipulation that I said, where it's like, okay, your movement cancels out. Like
you can adjust your movement based off.
So like let's say I
your deep strike based off.
So let's say I rolled a 9 on the deep strike, right, with a 2d6, and I had an arrow going wherever, but my unit's movement value is 6. Then
you could subtract
6 from the result, and they move 3. That would be my only solution to that problem.
That could be a really fun Crusade rule.
We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. Crusade.
Why? It could be like It could be like, okay, for the next 3 missions.
I mean, so would armor facing be a fun Crusade rule? I'm not doing that either.
Yeah, but you can't, dude. You got to do the fucking math on that. You can't just bring that back. You could bring back deep striking. You could.
No. We're not bringing back deep striking. You can bring back deep striking. My guys haven't figured out. We're landing 9 inches away from
Not today,
you.
Dum Dum. You're in a warp storm.
We're landing 9 inches away from you.
You're in a warp storm, and now you have to scatter.
Well, I'm deep striking with warp spiders, and they jump from the warp.
They said it was fine.
They said it was fine.
And the special rule is everyone has to deep strike.
No. They brought their warp umbrellas. They're okay.
They're warp.
Sing. They're Mary Poppins, this bitch.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. No. No.
And,
No. Your poor soul grinder, right? Like, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Do you know the story how he got that painted?
Yeah, the guy's name was Ian, right?
Scott.
Scott. And he paid him a sandwich to paint it. He did a really good job.
Yeah.
And it was like, he bought him a $5 foot long. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, he bought him a meal from Subway. That was it.
Now, I don't blame Mormon because Scott set the fucking price.
Dude, I know.
But Scott.
Oh, he definitely undervalued himself hardcore.
Scott.
But I think he finished the Soul Grinder in a day.
Something like that. And it looked good.
Yeah,
like,
it looked good.
I mean, for what Mormon paid, it looks great.
Yeah.
You know, $5 foot long back in the day when they were pushing that shit.
They're
$5
actually
foot long.
Foot long, yeah.
They're like, all right, man. All right.
I'm
hungry and I'm also broke as shit.
Yeah.
That was a constant problem for him. And then that guy ended up getting a job at Subway anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I saw him again like 3 or 4 years later, and that guy had gotten...
What? Either got jacked or he got
a terrible tattoo on his arm.
Oh, no. Wait, of what?
Do you remember there's a Digimon, I think it was like Renamon or something?
No, what
it was the
like?
3rd generation. It was like a gold and purple fox looking Digimon.
I think so. Actually, I do remember.
Well, basically, he got a big tittied furried version of that on his forearm.
Why, dude? Why?
God, I was like, no! He's working in public!
Why?
And there's clearly, like, it's
there. It's like, there's no mistake.
I want to say there was like badge and everything on there. Like, it was like a body pillow, basically, but tattooed on his forearm.
Dude.
And you could see everything.
Dude.
I was like...
I'm sure there are better options, my guy. Oh, man. Well, whatever makes him happy.
No.
No.
They say don't kink shame, but sometimes I think people need a shaming. And that guy,
you just gotta.
he needed a shaming, okay?
Sorry, Scott. If you're out there.
Rip.
Big rip, dude.
Big rip on that employment status.
Big rip.
Did he really?
Wait, which game store? Is it in San Antonio?
No way. What store was it? I don't believe that at all. No way.
What? Black Valors.
Didn't last long, believe it or not.
Well,
Wow, it didn't last long. I
Wow.
never thought.
was it Ooples?
No. Stop you. Anyways, this is not to shit on Scott Hour.
No.
That was just a bad call. Poor guy.
Yeah.
That was his?
Ooples was his?
No,
No.
Gamers Paradise. No, I
Gamers
think that's still
Paradise?
around, dude.
That's a good name. I like that. Gamers
That's still
Paradise. Is it?
And have to cut all this to post it.
Nah.
Dude.
We're saying a lot of personal.
Yeah. Is it mid? Is it a mid store?
Remember, it was on the second store. It's like walk
No,
up.
that wasn't it.
Well, that was it?
What was that one then?
Dude, they come and go.
They really do here.
They come and go. There's dude. The only good thing about it is that there's never a lack of game stores to play at here.
Oh, that's true.
That's the best part. But man, there's been some mid ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there really has.
Got that.
You would think, like, they would up their game with all this competition here.
I don't know if he ended up closing or just left, but yeah, that happened. Yeah. Anyways, so chat, for anybody who's played or things have changed, what would you bring back or add or change the 40K that, you know, that would make it better for you? What would be the thing you think GW needs to do, and then what would be the other thing that you want them to do, even if it's not something they should do? For example, I want them to move to a D10 system. I think it would be better for the game health. I think it would be better for making units more interesting. I don't think they're about to do it, but I'd love them to. Whereas they have to cut down on stratagems and make their game's rules bloat better.
Oh,
they have to do that.
yeah.
That's something that needs to happen. What do you guys want? Do you remember Magic Bean? I do. Hard for me not to, man. I kind of, whenever we drive on that side of town, I kind of get like, I used to run tournaments.
Oh
and
my
that was
gosh,
one of the stores that we used to
yeah.
do it at.
That's still up.
Oh, they sold. They couldn't handle. It sounds more judgy than it is, and I don't mean it that way. They couldn't. I remember originally it was a couple who ran a store, and they couldn't handle the business aspect of it. Very stressful for them. They had a kid on the way, and they were doing okay. It was a very nice store. Had food, coffee, so on, but they really just. They were missing something that would draw people in to come money. They ended up doing, you know, Magic the Gathering, stuff like that. Low hanging fruit. Really easy for a store to run off of. But they ended up selling it because it was just too much for them. And then I think the people who bought it, I don't know, I guess ran it into the ground. He was buying up all these little stores throughout the city because they weren't doing well. He was going to make a chain. Well, it didn't go well.
I see.
We needed to do a city tour of all the game stores here and rank them. Shit. Hashtag content, am I right?
I wanna that one in that mall.
Dude, I do want to see that one.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. We can make a day out of that. We should do that. We should go pick up our free Cascarin model. And we could just go there and see what it's about.
I think it's just a free Cadian, but yes.
Yeah, we should. Oh, is it? It's a Cadian?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we should do that. Corbivinci says leadership. I don't know how to fix it, but it needs a rework.
I mean, I lost some guys due to leadership last game I played.
Against Knights?
Against Knights,
Well, yeah, because you're losing like 8 guys at a time, but...
Pretty demoralizing.
I know it is!
As my guys ran off the board.
I agree. Leadership, we've talked at ends with this. Leadership needs to change. Leadership needs to affect certain outcomes in the game. For example, I think Horus Heresy has something where if your leadership...
Or your leader warlord dies.
Something like that. Your there's certain reactions in the game. I could totally be... There's certain reactions in the game that you get based off your leadership, and you aren't as effective doing them if your leadership drops or sucks or takes a crash.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if a unit takes, you know, a certain amount of losses, I remember something that I would like to come pinning.
Oh, pinning would be great. Put my snipers back to work, man.
Make sniping great again, you know?
Sniping great again.
I think pinning would be a good reactionary ability. It's something that I experienced in Bolt Action. I've played a demo game or two of it.
Is that at Gen Con?
One of them was there, yeah. I've watched some.
That's what we played. We played together, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And one of the things you can do in there is you can pin people with your guns. Certain guns are specifically good at pinning, like a machine gun, for example. You're laying down a bunch of fire. I'm not moving. I'm staying right here. I'm not getting shot.
Mm-hmm.
And in that game, you have to take a leadership test to move your full movement. If you don't do it, then or you fail, then you can't move. You can still shoot, can't charge. I want to say if you moved, you had to move like half your movement. I think it could also be something that modifies your ballistic skill. if you're pinned. You know,
Mhm.
it makes, you know, you don't want to poke your head up. You don't want to take pot shots. I think pinning could be something that would be really great, and that was around in the last iteration of Warhammer, but
Yeah.
it just was never utilized. It was a good idea that was never really utilized. And of course, they had a whole bunch of other rules things that they needed to fix as well. So I can understand them not doing that as, you know, their go-to first thing to change or fix.
Yeah. I remember Go to Ground was the thing. Where it's basically you're saying
Hiroichi, thanks for the follow, my guy. I appreciate it very much. Thanks for hanging out with us. Go to Ground, yes. Go to Ground was
you're like they're gonna
a thing.
die, so I'm just gonna give myself a 6+ cover save and see if I live.
So yeah, it was a 6-up invuln, right?
So back then it was a cover save, but cover saves were not saves you could get rid of. Basically, that was the save you were taking. You're either taking your armor save or your cover save. And most of the time buildings were like cover save of 4-up. So if you were in a building and someone shot at you,
You got a 4
and their gun is like
regardless.
AP3 and you have like a 3-up save, you take your armor save, which is 6-up, or you can take the cover save, which is 4-up. So obviously everyone took the cover save. And so you go to Ground, you give yourself a 6-up cover save.
But you couldn't do anything after.
I think maybe you could...
Where you had to spend your next turn, if you wanted to move,
You had to get up.
you had to, quote, get up,
Yeah.
and then you could still shoot, but it counted as moving. It just
Yeah.
fucked your whole feng shui.
It
fucked
did,
your
yeah.
whole feng shui up if you did it.
Yeah.
And the odds of it saving you were like...
It was,
nil.
it was like one of those things you did if, like, oh, these guys are going to die.
I have zero choice. I want to try and make them live.
But they're not gonna. So I'm going to go to Ground and try to survive.
No problem, just killing time at work. Fantastic. Well, I'm glad you're taking the time to hang out with us today and shoot the shit at work while you're killing some time. My scout had a 2+ save and cover back then. Oh, we got an
Dude,
old school
yeah.
veteran with us
Dude,
right now.
yeah.
Let me guess, you played what? Eldar? Eldar had 2+ saves and cover.
We had Rangers.
Ratlings. Ratlings were this. I can't think of anybody else who had snipers that got 2 pluses.
Scout. He's saying Scouts, so he probably means Space Marines.
Space Marines?
Yeah.
Did they have a 2+ in cover?
The thing is, we didn't... As popular as Space Marines were, our group really didn't have a whole lot of Space Marines.
I was thankful for it.
Yeah.
I mean, not to hate on anybody who plays Space Marines, I just...
You just see,
You
them
see a
everywhere.
lot of Space Marines everywhere. It was like, okay.
There were plenty of people at the shop who played Space
That's
Marines.
true. But we had a huge... And we still do have a fat variety
Mm-hmm.
of armies. This next Crusade, we'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be leaning towards power armor, but that's okay.
That's what this Crusade did. Felt like.
Well, that's because of Armor of Contempt. That's not because everybody played Marines.
Yeah, but like... I mean, it felt like it.
It did. It did feel like it.
Because we had a Chaos player, Armor of Contempt. We had Marines player, Armor of Contempt. I think... Oh, and then the part-timer Sisters of Battle player, Armor of Contempt. Anyone else do Marines? No.
Just Corvinci and
Black Valor?
Black Valor.
Yeah.
Black Valor needed it. He was playing Chaos, and that sucked.
Oh, yeah.
I
Well,
mean-
this was before the new Codex.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
was before, and they'd been waiting all day. There was a 10th company special rule that snipers can shoot first before the first turn. Damn.
Wow! That's silly. Does that...
crazy.
I wonder, did that... Were they allowed to shoot again in the shooting phase, or was that like they're done and that's it, they're shooting?
Well, he's saying before the game started, they got to take a shot.
Oh, just a
So-
free...
so the army-
a free shooting phase.
With rending.
With rending?
And
Wow, I forgot rending. Wow.
Mortal wounds, baby. Instant death on a 6. That's a mortal wound before mortal wounds.
That is a mortal wound, yeah. Arguably more so, because insta death, you're just gone.
Yeah. Well, that was also in a time when things didn't have multiple wounds.
Oh, true, huh?
Wounds are new. Like,
Yeah.
multiple wounds. You had multiple wounds, you were a character.
Yeah, characters had multiple. Right?
Terminators had...
2-up saves. 2-up saves.
Who gives a shit about wounds when everything's got a 2-up save?
I don't remember. No. I think leaders did have wounds.
Leaders would have multiple wounds typically, but they would have like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it wasn't like no.
Now they have like 8 or 10, which is fine. Most things have damage now, so that's okay.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there. I feel.
Mm-hmm.
So is 10th Company IG? Sounds like IG.
Marines.
Marines?
Because he was playing scouts.
What
Yeah.
flavor of Marines is that? I'm a dummy. I don't know much about Marines.
Yeah, our Marine knowledge is... Our Marine friend is not with us right now. And we are severely lacking in Marine knowledge over here.
Marine knowledge and rules.
Because we're like, filthy Xenos players.
We're like, Xenos, baby! Give me some heresy!
I would think maybe it's Dark Angels or...
10th Company?
My first wild guess is Dark Angel.
I'm gonna say Blood Angels.
Or maybe
It's an Angels for sure.
Blood Angels are more melee though.
10th Company is a scouting company. Oh, it's just scouts.
But from what are they from a chapter?
10th Company is pure Space Marine scout company.
Are they from a specific chapter?
10th Company is a scouting company for every chapter.
Oh, every chapter? Oh, every chapter.
Okay. So in the lore, your 10th Company was always scouts.
Okay.
And that's what he was bringing. Dude, that's really cool. A whole scout army? Even today, well,
no one plays Firstborn.
Shut up.
That's just the truth.
Yeah, but back then when you get hit with a weapon that's double your strength, that's true.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Your toughness 5, you get hit by a toughness 10. It didn't matter who, what, when, or why. You were dead.
I completely forgot about that rule.
You're Gilliman, you're dead.
That's
Your
so
eye,
crazy.
Cato Sicarius, you're dead.
That is so crazy. What a wild time.
Yeah. Hashtag railgun.
Hashtag railgun. Yeah, there's no smite.
No smite. Psychic powers were...
I mean, they're still there. It's just
7th edition, they became insane. There were like books of psychic powers that you could... They kind of pulled like a Warhammer fantasy thing.
the main rulebook had like different disciplines where it's like I'm gonna choose this discipline.
Biomancy.
Yeah.
Pyromancy.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, now it's just it would be more
It'd be
more
too much.
rules,
It'd
blow.
be too much.
Um,
But it is a
That's
cool
cool.
idea. It's a
That's
cool
a cool idea,
concept. Like, you can either pull from your lore of psychic powers, or you can pull from the rulebook.
yeah.
Okay, so on YouTube's chat, let's see. AOC, baby! Camo cloaks. Yes, camo cloaks. AOC, dude, they're removing AOC for everyone. Everybody's losing it. Except me. It's built into the fucking codex, baby. Woo!
That's true.
Dude, it's so
I'm,
good!
I'm just glad it's gone for everyone else.
That's true. I think it feels good for them,
Yeah.
and certain people to have it.
Yeah.
Because these guys are supposed to be
They're
advanced. They're supposed to be
advanced,
stocky,
dirty, stocky. Yeah.
tough, and durable. I could see someone like Death Guard keeping it.
I don't know.
Death Guard are like feel no pain, baby, all day. Like oh, that took
Are they? Oh, I don't know why I was thinking like
Death Watch.
Death Watch. Yeah. Like nah, they'll be all right. But the
Nah.
Death Guard, they're already resilient. So
I'm just saying, if someone kept it, they could.
they could.
They could.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're not.
Yeah.
They could. Yeah, that wasn't ultra fun. Didn't instant death kill multi-wound models? Yes, it did, and it was
It's happened. I remember.
Bittersweet. It happened to me a couple times.
Yeah.
I definitely
Holy
did it with my
wow.
railgun. Quentin, what are you doing with that railgun? What are you doing, step bro?
And it made sense too. It's like, well, I'm getting shot with a giant railgun, so
I'm turning you into pink mist.
so it makes sense.
You're not surviving this.
Yeah, because they didn't have damage values. They were just you either wounded or not.
Yeah. 10th company scouting coming for every chapter. 5th was chaotic nonsense. Power weapons just getting rid of armor saves. That's right, dude.
What made Banshee so
Power
good.
weapons were just like
They're just no save. You get
no
zero
save. Doesn't matter. No save unless you had feel no pain.
Yeah. Or an invuln save.
Could you do it if you had an invuln save?
Yeah, you got an invuln save. You could save from it.
Could you do it if you had cover? Oh, well, it didn't matter.
Well, you're
You're in close
melee.
combat.
Yeah.
And back then, you couldn't get any benefits in
Yep.
close combat.
Yeah.
Shit. Damn, dude.
Banshee's so good.
Different time. Different time. So bad. I know, cries. Death Guard would make sense to keep it. It would. It would make sense. And honestly, I don't know. Like I said, my marine knowledge on both sides of the spectrum are very off, but from what I read, Death Guard are apparently both place. So,
I'm excited to see how things will change with the new Arcs of Omen mode. I am hoping some army list will, or some armies who are struggling will be like, oh, I can do this really cool gimmicky list, and will make our army more...
it's not OP, but it is thematic and fun.
Yeah.
It gives us an advantage that we're up to snuff with others.
Maybe we weren't able to do it before because we were restricted by our detachment limitations. Now,
Yeah.
because we don't really have that, we can kind of go ham. Oh.
Death Guard. Let's see. Oh no, I ran Bad War chapter called the Raptors. Raptors back then had a special character called Alias Isodon that just dealt 2d6 wounds to any 3 enemy units before the game began.
It's silly.
You get up to 12 people dead. Just dead.
Before the game even starts.
Before the game even starts, you just remove a unit if you roll well.
Just bye. I think that was before cover
Shit.
like really hid you. Like nowadays you can like, well no, because it was pure true line of sight back then too.
Raptors had +1 to hit and ignore cover. Humble brag, I have over 20k points of painted Imperial Guard Astra Militarum. Damn!
Dude, you should be proud of
Yo,
that.
you should be proud of that. You should. I would love to see it. You should share it on like my Instagram or my Twitter or something like that. I would love to see that. That is so much.
A lot of work.
Do you live out of a cardboard box or like how do you like? Did you take out a loan? Like what's up? What are you doing? Are you selling drugs or? How did you bankroll 20k in
Still got
plastic crack?
your liver, right?
Dude, people who need body parts. What are the thoughts on the new Arcs of Omen detachment rules?
We mentioned it a little bit earlier, and I think the consensus was that we like them. We think that it'll add some variety to the game, and I think the biggest thing was that because it makes list building easier, it'll allow new players to just jump into a game a lot easier than they would have before. Because before, or now I should say, you have to learn attachment rules, you gotta learn, oh, I can only bring these units in this attachment. And then with an Arcs of Omen detachment, it's like, okay, you have to bring 3 of at least one type, and then 1 leader, and then you can bring whatever else you want. That's it. You don't really need to explain Vanguard attachments, and admittedly, like, for us people who know the game so well, it's not a hard concept to follow, but when you're explaining all this to someone who's new and foreign to even just tabletop games or
How the
wargaming
hell am I
in
supposed to
general,
get someone into the game and explain this?
it's already overwhelming because they got to learn about their codex rules, they got to learn about the core rules, and then their faction rules within their codex. So it's just nice to see a tone down of the rules book, which I think is the biggest strength that this bringing to Warhammer 40K.
Definitely think it'll be a strong driver for bringing people in for 10th, which, of course, rumored to be out next year. And I'm going to say two sides of this. I don't like it, but I also don't think GW has a better answer
For the detachments?
for detachments. I get why they do detachments. I also understand that they want to simplify it and maybe try something new for 10th edition. That's okay too. They want to make it accessible for people. I also understand that. I just think there's something in between saying, bring anything, and here's this complicated mess of how you can build an army. That is where I'm at with it. So, and I'm not a meta player. I don't analyze every single army and say, this is how it changes these. I think I'm like a normal person and says, how does this affect me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't, because I'm going to play how I want to play anyways. I'm going to bring what I think is cool. I'm going to bring what I think is cool and effective. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring a unit that's complete garbage. No one does. But, if I have a unit I'm like, dude, that unit is so cool, and it's okay on the board, I'll bring it. Thunderkin, for example, are apparently seen that way by the community right now. I don't have the same opinion. I see how they could be better, but I don't think they're bad. I'll bring them. I don't remember what the original question was, but yeah.
Well, no. How do you feel about the Arcs of Omen rules? Yeah.
So detachments, I think they need something in between. I think GW definitely needs to do. I don't know how. I don't know when. I don't know what they're gonna do, but they need to. Detachments as a whole are kind of terrible, and they are. They need them to prevent Soup from bringing. I'm playing Chaos, and I'm going to bring one guy and a unit that can buff all my knights.
Here's my 1,000 Suns. Here's my demons. Here's my Chaos Knights attachment. And then it's, I don't know.
What people would do is they would bring a unit, and then they would break the rules because they can soup them.
Yeah.
They would say, okay, this lord that was never meant to buff this unit, well, because I souped them, can now buff that unit.
Right. Okay.
And it breaks it.
Yeah.
And it's like that was never meant to be the rule.
It's like that wasn't the intent. It's just they just so happen to share that chaos keyword or whatever keyword.
Exactly. So they made it convoluted this edition and removed soup to some degree.
Yeah.
Again, I'm for it.
Same.
I don't want busted one ass, and it makes it harder for them to balance the game too, which GW already got their work cut out for them. Okay, they don't need more balancing problems. More day one or pre-day one if you're Votan, FAQs. They don't need that. So I get it. They're opening it up. That's fine. Let me hop over to the other chat real quick. Almost forgot, back then Scouts had dedicated transports called Landspeeder Storms that give an aura for units to scatter 2d6.
Landspeeders!
Yeah. To scatter 2d6 if they hit a 12-inch aura. It stacks with other Landspeeder Storms, so if the enemy drops incorrectly, they deep strike off the board and die.
Wow.
So if you have a land speeder and you land within 2d6 or land within 12 inches, you had to scatter another 2d6 away from that. Is what I'm getting.
That's kind of what it sounded like.
So if you could Congo line them, and then they'd either deep strike into a building or something dangerous, or they have the potential of deep striking off the board and then of course being dead.
So that would
Oh,
kill
you're dirty.
demons. That would
You're a
kill
dirty
demons. Or remember those things called drop pods that people used to use?
Never see those.
Never see those anymore.
You'll never see those again.
I love drop pods.
They're so cool.
model.
They are cool models.
We saw
Oh, you have drop pods?
and Quentin built a couple.
Oh yeah, the mycetic spores.
Oh, those. Okay.
So you get these plastic eggs for like
I think I've seen some of those
Easter.
for years. Yeah.
And then you can just hot glue some paint and stuff like that. Put a base on it. Boom, mycetic spore.
Mycetic spore. Yeah. Before they even had the model.
Dude, it was. You had to put them on a CD base to. Anyways. There was a time when there weren't models for units.
Oh, I know.
What? What a privileged time. As for the Isodon's ability, it's 2d6 each of the 3 selected units. So max roll is 36 wounds.
Wow.
My guy. Ew. You believe it or not, straight to jail. Dude. Undercook or overcooked fish, believe it or not, straight to jail. Up until recently, I had over 45k points worth of painted 40k models. Damn. What was your second favorite? My Insta is the same as my Twitch name. I can't wait for Arcs of Omen so I can fully run 9 Lehman Rust tanks and 3 tank commander 2k list.
See, that sounds so cool to me. That's just a convoy of tanks, dude. That sounds
fun.
That sounds fun. Yeah.
There was for those of you who again didn't play, I know we're kind of mixing 10th like some nostalgia into this, but there was a point where they GW made a set of rules, spearhead detachments basically, where you could bring all tanks in your army, but you'd basically just have giant tanks. That was the game mode. Just brought tanks, vehicles, tanks.
Was this 5th edition? Or
It was 6th and 7th.
Okay.
And God, I wish I could remember the name of it. I think it was in a white dwarf.
It's not big guns never tire, right?
No, it was like it was something called something like spearhead detachment, but it was like,
okay. So it was a white dwarf thing.
yeah.
Damn, I don't know how that slipped past me.
Yeah, it was a really cool thing. I think we might have played 1 or 2 games because who the fuck had that many tanks?
Yeah.
Like, unless you're playing Apocalypse, you didn't have
We didn't have that many.
They should just take the whole. They should just take the Warlord rule nullifying the CP cost for the patrol for all detachments.
I literally said that earlier. It's like that would just solve all the problems. But I mean, Arcs of Omen does a good job too.
So what are you saying that the drawbacks are for detachments in CP?
So if you're bringing a Vanguard detachment or a Spearhead detachment or an Outrider detachment, you gotta pay 3 command points to do that. The problem is, even if your Warlord is part of that detachment, you don't get refunded from it. So if I bring a Warlord part of a battalion detachment, this is what I was saying earlier, that you get your command points refunded. Because a battalion, I think it costs like...
It's like patrols, battalions...
It's either 6 CP or 3 CP. Maybe it's 3 CP for a patrol. But if your Warlord is part of that detachment, you get those CP back. So instead of having to pay CP for that detachment, you're basically getting it for free.
If your Warlord's in any other of those other detachments, you don't.
You
have to pay.
You have to pay those CP.
I got you.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how often I don't take them. I've never taken. I'm
like those detachments?
The special detachment.
Yeah.
Like none of the armies that I've played have either had a reason for me to bring them.
Yeah.
Or
like
I could fit everything into a normal list anyway, so
yeah.
why would I?
I've wanted to because I've always wanted, like for Eldar, I'd love to do an aspect host, but they're all elites now, and you need a troop choice for them slots. But Arcs of Omen, I can do that now without having to pay the CP.
Oh yeah. Okay. I get that. I see. It really opens it up for you to play kind of how you want.
Yeah.
With minimal restriction, because there's
Yeah.
still a limit, but
There is, but it's not like if you meet that if you end up feeling restricted by Arcs of Omen detachments, you're playing too big a game.
why aren't you playing Apocalypse,
Like,
bro?
just go play Apocalypse.
What are you doing?
I have all my bits out.
I had 8K of Nidzilla. Damn,
dude.
4K Deathwatch, 2K Ravenwing, and 2K Knights. Man, you some Imperial, don't you? It's in a Vigilus detachment. Last tournament I went to, I ran a super heavy detachment of 2 Bane Blades, 2 Shadow Swords, and 1 Macarius Vanquisher. My God, dude.
Dude, I love Bane Blades. I think those are my favorite GW tanks. They just look cool. Also, I used to play Imperial Guard in Dawn of War, so I'm biased. That was the goal of every game. Get a Bane Blade.
If I get a Bane Blade, I win.
But
I destroyed your base. Yeah, but I won.
I get a Bane Blade and I go to town. And then if it gets destroyed, I just surrender. That's it.
How far do you get in your tournaments?
Yeah,
With that detachment, like what are we looking at? Are you winning a lot, or are you just having a good time? I asked that. It sounds like I'm being a smartass. I don't know how well that would do.
It sounds like
I don't
a
do
good
tournaments, so
tournament.
it does definitely sound like a good time.
Also, it's a fair question because there was that tournament where some guy brought nothing but this was pre-Guard Codex, but he brought nothing but
brought like 600 Penal Legion.
yeah, it was I forgot.
Mordian Guard. It's another YouTuber.
Yeah, but I forgot the name of the unit. It might as well have been like Penal Legion. Yeah, like fresh recruits. But he won. He won a good amount of games, and that sounds like a gimmicky list. But again, it sounds like a really fun list.
It sounds fun until you're like, all right, let's move them.
Oh yeah, he's one of those crapshoot tables things.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that. No, I'd have everything on those multi-unit base movers.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't be dealing with that.
Nah.
You know, I got those for my NIDs, and I didn't even like, you know, that was terrible too. Even after.
Even having so many of those.
Yeah, even after having so many of those, I was like, oh my God. Because then what would happen is because they're a little, you know, they're recessed, so they're a little bit bigger, and then if you hit something like terrain, no, now you got to tilt them or something, and then your models fall off. It's just
it's a whole thing.
there's no easy way.
Yeah.
There's no true win. You just do a little better every time. Can't fit Primaris, so drop pods are out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a shame. Why not Primaris drop pods? Have we not gotten to that yet?
Soon, Anthony.
Is that going to
Soon.
be 10th edition?
Soon.
10th edition.
Call will get to it when he gets to it. He will qualify it.
You're right though.
He did it with IG. He did it with Marines. It's only a matter of time.
I think a lot of the new models are supposed to be like jump marines and stuff. Did you see the rumor thing that came out? Not rumor thing, but the leak thing for Arcs of Omen, like deployment rules, and some, I guess some mission secondaries.
No.
But I mean, it's for match play, so we don't really need to worry about that. Deployment. It sounds like deployment is going back to I deploy my army, then you deploy.
Why? I don't like that.
I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Dude, that's such a bad idea. That's an Arcs of Omen?
I believe so, because they had a battle report on Warhammer Plus, and that's I guess the deployment.
That's
style
such a
they
bad
use.
take. That's so.
I don't prefer it, but I can deal with it.
Shut up, you're wrong.
I'm agreeing with you. I think it should be.
No, it's either one way or no way at all. Stupid!
I know.
It's stupid!
I think
It's more of this, I go, then you go, and then I take my whole turn.
I know.
I hate it.
I know.
G-dubs.
I know.
You can write the check out to Q for Crusade, but you can do my name personally if you're watching.
But that is supposedly.
That's so dumb.
think what's his name? Auspex Tactics did a video on it, and I think there's a leaked image of it on the subreddit.
Fools. Damned fools.
But a lot of the leak was for like match play secondary, so I didn't. I only like read that tidbit about the deployment. Oh, Nachman CP changes are here to stay, at least for this part, or for Arcs of Omen. That was the other thing, which I'm fine with. Like,
And it's where you start, because we barely got into Knockman by the time of the end of our Crusade.
So let's say we're playing an incursion game. If we were doing pre-Knockman, like I don't know what the other one was, but basically we do 12 command points, and then every start of our own command phase, we get 1 command point. Whereas in Knockman, we start with 6 CP in this in the same size game. And then every command phase, we get a command point. So if it's my turn, and even if it's my command phase, you
I'll
also get a CP. Yeah.
See, I like that, though. That makes sense, because that allows you to react with your stratagems on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, the idea behind it was people were just unloading all their CP.
Oh, yeah,
turn
you
1,
could
turn 2.
CP dump and Alpha Strike hard.
And so the idea was to avoid that. And then also having them also paying CP for Warlord traits and a relic. That is also back and here to stay.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. Huh. They're kind of mushing them together.
The
OG CP rules with Knockman CP, right? Because beforehand you had to pay for those with CP. Then Knockman came out and they said you didn't have to. Now you do.
No. Knockman. This is just pure Knockman. Knockman is like, okay, you got to pay for your Warlord traits. You got to pay for your relics. Now there were those stratagems in Codex where it's like you can pay a CP for a relic on like your squad leader or an additional relic on another guy. Those still exist, but if you just want like your first one, you still got to pay CP for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn. That's
But
rough,
we
bud.
do Crusade, so we don't have to worry about that. You just got to level up.
You know, that's a thing.
That's the thing.
Currently, I have 20k Imperial Guard, 8k Raptors, 4k Mantis Warriors, and 2k Necrons. Good lord.
Damn.
Damn. I placed top 20s in a 70+ tournament. Dang. That's pretty good.
Congrats, dude.
Congrats to you. That's awesome.
Should be proud about that.
I don't do tournaments. I'm a weenie.
No,
I'm scared.
you're
I'm like, I
destroyed.
don't know what I'm going into. Like, I'm not prepared. Gonna run into one of those that guys.
That's the biggest fear. Running into those that
Dude,
guys.
I'm here for a good time, not a
Right.
long time.
Yeah.
You know.
But I'm sure, like, there are certain tournaments that would be fun to go to, such as like Adepticon or a U.S. Open or something like that.
Oh yeah.
I've seen blogs of a guy or vlogs of a guy doing a tournament, and he had a blast.
I definitely think that there are certain ways to go about it, and definitely expectations to have.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't want to go into one and run into someone who's all game and no fun.
Ah, true. Yeah.
Like, those are the worst games to me. I'm like, man, I know, and I'm gonna mess up, and I don't want you calling me on it like a dick, because I messed up. Like,
yeah,
Warhammer.
like I'm not trying to cheat you, bro. I'm nervous. This is my first tournament.
Exactly. And then I'm gonna run into that. And
Yeah.
Now what? And then I gotta...
I tell you, watch out for this Tau player. He likes to cheat.
Just don't.
I know him. I play him every day. You're right.
No! Did you hear that buzz? Not dumb, you're dumb.
More.
How much more you got?
So I just need to cut an arm and a shoulder pad, and this guy is ready to be put onto sticks.
Buddy.
And hopefully tomorrow I can get him painted. I don't know. I think something died in my room. Like, you know that smell of rancid meat? I know. Bear with me here. So, they apparently there have been squirrels that have been getting into our attic. And I think one of the squirrels may have died near my closet, because my closet is very stinky right now, which makes my room stinky. It's unbearable.
Such a hard left turn.
So, makes painting very difficult sometimes.
Hey, not everything's Warhammer. Except it is, but it's not right now. Dude, that's awful.
I know.
So
That's been my situation. So I gotta go up there and see what's happening.
the sooner the better. That's gonna
Because I cleaned out my closet.
it's gonna leak through your
there,
roof.
there's like no way like there's any food in there.
Uh-huh.
I was like, did like something in the house? You weren't paying attention?
Something shit itself and die?
Yeah.
Really? So it's
Yeah.
that bad?
So it's pretty bad, yeah.
Is it like permeating into the rest of your room?
Dude, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, you need some Febreze, brother.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry, I forgot how that got brought up, but I think it had something to do with me not wanting, or me trying to finish painting my model. I don't know, man.
Oh, you wanted to come over so bad and do this?
That was one of the reasons.
Like, yo, I want to be a part of the stream, but like, something smells like ass. Yeah. It smell like ass soup. Boy, clean your walls. I know,
Dude.
If he's not careful, that's gonna leave. That's gonna stain.
It's gonna escalate.
It's gonna be a problem. Dude, I think it's already started. That's awful. That's so bad.
I know. The only time I've ever experienced this smell is when I accidentally left chicken wings in the car one time.
Oh God, I remember that. You left them in there for so long, and your car never smelled the same. Your car was so bad. It was your green car.
It was the green car, and like for like a week, I was like, "What is that smell? Why is this? Why?" And then I checked the trunk, and then under one of the things there was chicken wings, and I had like maggots in it too at this point. Oh God! And I just threw it away and cleaned it as best as I could.
You didn't tell me about the maggots.
No, I'm pretty sure I did. I had to, cause that was like the prominent part. Yo, it smelled nasty. Plus this. Anyway, sorry, Chad. I didn't mean to disturb you if I did.
He's a different person now.
I'm a cleaner person now.
Dude, that's awful.
I know. Oh me.
Chicken wings in there so long that you got back.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Bruh, indeed.
Bruh. Next
Oh.
you're gonna tell me you didn't used to shower before going to the game store. Disgusting.
I was never one of those.
Oh man, I don't. We're gonna have to rebuild our trust.
I don't know.
Fucked
I'm
up.
pretty clean. I'll let you smell my hair later.
I'm romantic.
I think I got all the sprues. Oh, there's like.
Yeah, well, I'm getting pretty hungry, y'all.
Name these. What time are we leaving?
Movies at 7:30.
7.
Movies 3 long hours.
Dude, yeah. We won't get out of there till like 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Gonna take some gummies inside, is that what you said? Yeah, you should probably take a whole meal, it's gonna be so long.
Yeah.
Just sneak into some Tupperware, dude.
They'll never know.
Never know.
Pyrex? Alright, come on in.
Come on in.
That's nice. That's Gucci Tupperware.
Yeah. Got everything. Got some extra bits.
know we did a lot of talking, but damn, I got a good base on a lot.
Yeah? Show it off.
Oh, it's not that
Show
good.
the people what you're doing.
So basically, I'm just blocking out. There we go. Just blocking out, getting the yellow and blue on. So their cloth is blue, armor's yellow, backpack and I don't know what the backpack, but the gloves will be brown. Basically, leathery colors. If it looks like leather, it'll be done like leather. Like that guy? Yeah, dude, I love them. I love the Ironkin. Hashtag totally not Iron Man.
You got some toes, man.
Dude. Got some augmetics, that's for show. I went through and I actually fixed up, cleaned some of them. Put some details on them.
Come on, camera, do stuff, camera, do
Good. Looking for your face.
Try to
Squat's
put-
looking good.
try
Thanks,
putting
dude.
your hand-
There you go. Look at that. That's good. Perfect. So good.
Look at them toes.
Look at them toes!
Hide your face. Facey.
Ah, you're right.
I was thinking about doing like a lunar
Look at them.
lunar bases for them.
Lunar bases, okay.
Yeah, like you know, gray dead moon rock. But I have no idea how to do it because when you see like when you envision the moon, you think a lot of rocks and craters and stuff.
Oh, I see.
You know what
Like
I'm
they're
saying?
on the moon or something like that. I guess you want gray and then maybe some like tiny craters.
Right.
I don't know, dude.
And you coming in with big.
I'll tell you.
That was some fucking sound advice, man. Appreciate
Go
it.
look at Neil Armstrong on the moon or something. See what he did. Look at his.
See what he did? He didn't make the moon.
Look at
What kind of conspiracy theory is this?
Why, I mean, like.
I don't.
Look what he's walking on.
Hey, Google. 1,000.
Oh.
For moon bases. See, look at that.
I've complained and I've literally
Wow.
tried nothing.
Okay. There's like a billion
Dude.
tutorials. on
Dude.
I thought you were saying like you couldn't possibly. YouTube video.
Did they use?
It's got 10,000 views.
Did it use craters? And is it gray?
It sure is, Anthony.
See?
Look, he uses cork. What we did.
There you go.
Look what I.
Yeah, dude, what she did.
Just builds up craters with.
What do they do for like smaller bases though? Because work is kind of hard to do on smaller guys to get that effect. All right, woman.
It's true.
No, it's not true. You're a pussy. Bruh.
Actually, when it comes to bases for the Eldar, I kind of am. I'm going basic bitch.
Are you?
Yeah, it's like mud, dirt, terrain with some dead and green grass,
Sounds about right.
and a few rocks, like big rocks.
Up my sass.
So
Take my sass, damn it.
It looks okay. I just need to put the grass on the Guardians and paint the rim.
It's
Anyways.
possible, right? It is. It is possible, apparently. Oh, look, everybody coming in with the hot takes. Raiders
Raiders
rock
rock's
dust done. Boom.
Look at them grippers.
I
You're
feel
right.
like you didn't like it wasn't a necessarily complex
I don't-
facing.
No, I don't think it
Everyone
will.
knows what the moon looks like. Just
Do they,
that.
Liz? Do they?
Just-
Do
I
they?
s- I said
or do
gr-
you mean the studio in
I s-
Area 50?
Dude, look at
51.
this. This person just
That's
put,
the one.
Nice,
Shut up.
dude.
You came in with a bullshit help,
Nice.
alright?
This person just put
Nice,
stuff
dude.
and stuck the back of his brush in there. Like it's not hard.
Look at that crater. Oh,
He just sticks the butt of his brush in his milliput.
A lot of milk.
Oh, what? Nothing.
At least I had gray and craters.
Remember, steel beams can't JFK the moon landing. That's true. I've seen it. Twice. Live. Both times. Alright. Cleaning this shit up. And we're gonna go get some. No? We're not? Why? Nah. Go get food. Nom 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 nom.
Okay.
Okay, damn.
Damn. I got some Canadian sass. Yeah. Damn, we've had a productive stream.
Yeah.
Got all of our stuff done.
All that's done except for the helmet.
You need to show off your stuff, my guy. MacGyver.
So it's not 100% done, but
Good. Just
here. Do you want to get my hands? Are you know my hands would be shaky.
It's good. It just needs to be light. What it's missing. Oh.
Show the face. The red part needs to be highlighted. I didn't do that because I'm lacking in paints right now. But the rest of the helmet is essentially done.
We'll take some pictures.
I considered
Put them on. Put them on the gram.
I considered bringing my completed shining spear, but I was like, I'm gonna drop it like. I did not. I could avoid that.
So you
problem
can predict that, but you couldn't predict the shitty ass advice on doing moon landing.
I gave
boulders.
you great straightforward advice.
You gave me nothing.
I said gray and craters. When you look at the moon, what do you see?
Sad man.
Yeah.
Some cheeks.
With some cheeks. Maybe look at alien moons, dude. See what some sci-fi moons got going on.
You see that? I know what's up.
Maybe
we have a moon.
Maybe. Oh, look at the moons around Mars. See how those are doing.
Phobos.
Yeah. See how those are doing.
I feel like there's a smart ass coming. Answer coming. All right, we're gonna hop off, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. We've had a fat ass stream. I'm going to try and stream on Wednesdays or every other Wednesday. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. I'm mostly making YouTube content at this time. I have an Instagram. I have a Twitter. I have a Ko-fi. So if you get tired of seeing blurry ass models, you could always feel free to donate there, and 100% of the proceeds will go to me, and then some to PayPal. So do the math. Some craters. Maybe we could get some nice cameras that actually like to function properly. Hit like, subscribe, take a nice shit, enjoy yourselves, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.